Marianne Larsson.
My name is Annika Valingen.
And Annika is the head of business development. She's the director of business development and innovation at Sahlgrenska Science Park, one of the partners in HealthTech Nordic. And I'm the director of HealthTech Nordic at Innovation Skåne. It's really nice to be here. Do we say something else before we start the...
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Before we get started, do not turn off your mobile phones, but turn off the sound.
Please.
And be active, both here, but also on the social media. And we have hashtags for HealthTech Nordic and Breaking Waves.
Yes. Okay. So now I'll make a short introduction to these days by starting this movie.
In spite of its beauty, millions of humans suffer, many unnecessarily.
Can we raise the volume?
And the health care still relies heavily on outdated In spite of its beauty, millions of humans suffer, many of them unnecessarily, even amongst your friends and family. And the healthcare industry still relies heavily on outdated and inefficient modes of working. However, in the Nordic region, world leading in health tech, entrepreneurs and startups are working towards a paradigm shift. Many of these are part of HealthTech Nordic, a community accelerating the growth of startups as well as uniting pioneers to create better health worldwide. HealthTech Nordic isn't about the future. It's about the hundreds of startups acting here and now, about the hundreds of worldwide solutions already in use. It's also about those in development, with innovations far beyond what many thought previously possible. Healthcare isn't always about finding treatment. It's also about the ability to distribute them, or even preventing the need for them altogether. With digital tools and solutions, the existing healthcare capacity can increase dramatically, not only saving lives, but also leading to a better quality of life, with more possibilities and less dependency. The world is a sick place. However, through providing new and better ways of giving and receiving healthcare, the companies within HealthTech Nordic are at the forefront of a paradigm shift. We already have the digital tools and solutions to empower you as an individual, as a patient, or as a healthcare provider. Together, we can change how we view healthcare. Together, we can change how the world cares.
With a lot of contributions from you guys, the members of HealthTech Nordic. So, we are the hosts today. You've already heard about us, but these are the partners that all welcome you warmly to this session. So it's, apart from Sahlgrenska Science Park and Innovation Skåne, it's Health Tech Hub Copenhagen, who has splendidly found this place, for instance. Invest in Skåne, Norway Health Tech, and Smile Incubator. And they're all present here if you want to talk to them. So, the world is a sick place, but HealthTech Nordic, with around 330 startups, more than that, members. And when I say startups, I mean companies. That could be scale-ups or however you define it. In my view, Tesla is still a startup. It's still attracting, you know, it's innovative, it's still growing. We have startups, numerous startups, and the 200 of them, or more of them, are already in operation on the market. This makes us a world-leading node for health tech. And during the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen numerous clinical results and health economic results coming out of you startup members in this community. And those results also make us a world-leading node for health tech. And I think all of you are aware of why health tech is important, so I won't go into that. But this is one of the results that come up over and over again. You will listen to Sofia later. She's one of the cardiologists behind one of these studies. But for chronic diseases, with health tech, people get more healthy and profession gets better tools to take care of people in need, thereby reducing the need for healthcare by 50%. And this is amazing. But there are numbers of other results as well. I won't read all of these to you, but these are examples that we showed at HIMSS Europe this year, and also at Vitalis. So improving, blah, 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 fantastic things. Reducing, blah, 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 amazing things. You can read them on our pillars later, or discuss with each other and find out more. So we see these 3 waves. During the last couple of years as well, online doctors have made a breakthrough throughout the world, thanks to the pandemic. However, the next wave is when we actually make people healthier, with better tools combined for individuals and profession. And that's where the Nordics are in the lead currently today. And that's what will make healthcare and health affordable to all across the globe. The third wave we see is coming up. That's when researchers can dwell into continuous data of all kinds, medical, economical, and nutrition-wise, pollution-wise, and with very clever tools, much faster, learn more about diagnostics and develop more treatments. That will become a lot more fast in the future. We're not really there yet, but we aim to be there for the Nordics, aren't we?
Yes.
Taking on that for the world. But so far, we're pretty much here, right? Still trying to break the waves in the world. All right, some trends. And I would like you to feed in, I'll come back to that later. Some trends that we see. Investments are up, growing in 2020 by 40%, in 2021 by 100%, but mainly investing in, large user bases with online doctors. But also big tech is investing in products that will diversify themselves into the health area. We see the traditional life science, healthcare industry, like pharma and medtech, investing mostly in tech for traditional purposes, like speeding up clinical trials or improving the way we consume medication. Very few, but we see increasingly, are interested in actually providing tools that reduce the need for medication. That may be digital therapeutics. That's still on the verge. We see big tech companies that invest over and over, and they try to do things. We've seen several attempts, right? Do you recognize this? The biggies making attempts after attempts. And I saw from Amazon the other day, we got Amazon Web Services, not to be confused by Amazon Healthcare or Amazon Care. But we saw an employee saying the other day that maybe we confuse patients with customers. I mean, it's a large difference between having patients and having traditional customers in a tech scene or a logistic service. Patients are more cumbersome. So that's difficult for a traditional industry to enter. Born health techs join forces. Now we see the online doctors and others with platforms adding solutions. We see a lot of that in HealthTech Nordic. Adding solutions on top to become more versatile. Who will win this this race? Who will break the waves? Who will break through? Will it be big tech? Will it be life science? Will it be born health techs? Perhaps a combination of these things? Or others? Please bring in your own intel. And now I'm introducing a special feature for this conference. Grab up your papers, and if you want to continue doing action or have a discussion after this conference, you sign up on the QR code. So you take the QR code. It's on your printed agenda. There's a QR code. You don't have to do it now, unless you want to take part in this specific discussion after the conference. But in this specific topic, Intel, joining forces, we've got, 330 members, plus friends, plus customers. Imagine the thought leadership that we hold together. So if you want to discuss this with me or my colleagues, after the conference, register your email on the form that you get when you enter the QR code. We will do this over and over, so anytime you feel this topic we should do some action about, register, and we'll organize. Maybe we'll combine forces, do actions, or just discuss. But hopefully making things further after the conference. So, there are a lot of people here, all kinds of people. They've registered as consultants and startups and whatever. You see, a number of different professions and all kinds of personalities, of course, but we don't know that. Please talk to each other, share, learn, and further break the waves. Now, this is the agenda for today. A lot of things for the future. How do we break the waves? So endure this day and the next day, tomorrow, and we'll be back. I think if you want to, enter if you're not a member or not a friend, join this movement on HealthTechNordic.com. Communicate on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and please, if you want to do that, use those hashtags, HealthTech Nordic and Breaking Waves. That was a lot of information. There's some of the hashtags are available on the wall behind some friends back there. So together we can break the waves towards a smarter healthcare for all. Very welcome, all of you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Marianne. Now we have kicked off
Yes.
with Marianne's very enthusiastic presentation.
Thank
so
you.
Now we're going straight into the agenda. And the first keynote will be about a way to use health claims in your value proposition. And up to stage, I will like to introduce Aldo Vermiglio from Innovation Skåne, Filipa, Sampaio, and Camilla, Nystrand from NordIQ Analytics.
Welcome up on stage. And here's the clicker. And please put it back on that afterwards. Thank you. You need one of these?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Welcome. My name is Aldo Vermiglio, and this is Filipa Sampaio and Camilla Nystrand. We don't know where to locate ourselves. And we will together talk about QALY and how it can help you in or potentially help your value proposition. But starting from the beginning, actually at HealthTech Nordic, our strive was to see how we can express the actual impact that our startups are having in society. And we saw that there was not necessarily a clear way to do it. Startups doing amazing things, having amazing results in clinical studies. We asked ourselves, how can we let the world know, people, also decision makers, that our startups are having impact in an easy way, in a way that lets them make decisions easier. So what if we had that that kind of metric that is fungible. It can be monetized, turned into a specific cost or a specific cost saving, reflect a health effect. It would be amazing. And we will tell you a little bit about our journey into how we got into QALY. Oh, by the way, there's some other people that have tried to do this before. And they have had somewhat of success, even so, that there's already regulation being written after Al Gore presented the CO2 emission measurement that everyone understood in the 90s. It was the 90s, right? So let's start from the beginning. As I told you, and Marianne told you, we have amazing results. I won't read them. They're there. From some of you present. But there are a lot of results, and coming from so many places. This is the HealthTech Nordic website. And here you can see reduced indices in depression, improved sleep, lowering your medication, osteoarthritis. Results come from everywhere. And the nature of them are very different. And everyone is expressed differently, even economic ones. Can you imagine, for once, being at the decision maker side or being at the public side, try to take in all this? And more so, that not even this is so varied in nature. But you guys in health tech, we are also breaking borders in not differentiating what is a hospital and a home, breaking borders in the care chain, diagnosis taken to the optician when it's Alzheimer's. That really breaks paradigms. And it is very hard to digest. What if we could find a tool to help us unify all this and help each one startup individually also go forward in putting across our solution? It's kind of a jungle. It's kind of a jungle. And when you see what's happening and you see the jungle, I think some of you might have felt like this someday, you know, thinking that you're shoving in all the cool results, feeding in information into the system, and you know, the car is just kind of not going forward or not going forward fast enough. And sometimes we wonder why. So here at HealthTech Nordic, our strive, our exploration, because we really wanted to see what could we potentially propose, what could we potentially do, was to see if we could actually contribute to that and see if we could express the impact in an individual way, but also in a unified way. And one of the things we did was inspire ourselves in the past. This is Johan's, part of the QALY team, Johan Rosendahl. This is Johan's grandfather's apothec pharmacy. It's from the 1790s or something like that. It's super old, and it has had processes that have been in place for hundreds of years. And so we thought, and pharma, for instance, has been working that way for hundreds of years. That's why everything flows much more easily. So what if we inspire ourselves in the past on what's already established, and we tweak it to see how we can help health tech come in a more familiar and structured process? And actually, QALY is one of the things, one of its benefits is that, going quickly. So we tried to go above the forest. We found QALY, a fungible way, a fungible metric, it can be economized, it can be aggregated, and it is already used by the deepest and most conservative establishment in the world. So it is well understood, easy to express as well. But we said, okay, this is interesting. Let's put hands on and take some real life cases from our very brave startups, the brave startups who came into this and said, hey, why don't you hand in your clinical studies and see if we could actually find quality in them. And what would the impact be? Just to start testing and seeing if this could be viable and feasible. So we just said, okay, this is a forest, let's plant trees, let's take a helmet, yeah, but let's go forward. And Filipa and Camilla from Nordic Analytics helped us in this adventure, and they will share a bit about QALY and a bit of our process and some of the numbers we got out. Thank you.
Okay, this works. Great. Hi, everyone. Let me just see. Trying to multitask. We had a task, right? How could we measure the societal impacts of all these startups? And we tried to summarize here the process. So how did we go about achieving the goal of our study? Right, so we reviewed a bunch of evidence, 83 reports, posters, peer-reviewed publications with evidence for all the startups that Aldo and Johan provided us. And we realized that every startup, they had their own target population, so their own clinical group of patients. They had their own health outcomes. So how could we standardize all these outcomes so we could get a measure, an aggregate measure of impact? So that was not an easy task. But, and of course, you've heard about the QALY, so we end up with a QALY, but how did we get there? Well, we took a step back and we thought of what is the goal of health interventions, right? Is to maximize health that then in itself leads to improved quality of life. So that's the goal of healthcare interventions. So if we want to then maximize health and improve quality of life, that's where the QALY fits like a glove, right? So what is the QALY? The QALY is a multi-attribute measure that incorporates not only the component of quality of life, but also the component of time. So it doesn't only tell you how much quality of life you may gain or not from a certain intervention or solution or product or whatever you may want to call it, but it also tells you, how much quality of life do you get over a year, 10 years, a lifetime? So hence this multi-component characteristic in itself. So let's see if I can point there. So let's say here you have this x-axis that denotes time and the y-axis that denotes health-related quality of life. And let's imagine this is an individual, right? And this individual starts with perfect quality of life. That is 1. So usually quality of life ranges from 0 to 1. And the average quality of life of the Swedish population, for instance, is 0.79. So but this individual is better than the average quality of life of the Swedish population. So it starts off here, and it goes on with this perfect quality of life for a little while, and then it gets sick at this point here. And then there's a drastic decrease in quality of life. And then it gets a little better, or it lives in this quality of life here for a little while, and then there's another decrease. And then it lives for a little longer with this lower quality of life until it dies at death time 1. So without receiving any treatment. So the same individual receiving treatment would follow this line here. So it would live longer with this perfect quality of life, then get sick a little later, and then
arrive at this point here and then live a little longer with this lower quality of life until he dies at death time too. So what you can see here is that with this intervention, the individual gained health-related quality of life over time. So the gained QALYs is this dark green area here between the two curves, is the gained QALYs due to the intervention over time. So how can we measure QALYs? QALYs can be measured directly or indirectly, and we're going to talk a little more about this during this presentation, but also later on at the workshop. So if you're interested, please come to our workshop. And you measure directly by applying questionnaires that measure health-related quality of life that can then give you the QALY. Or you measure indirectly by, let's say, using your clinical instruments and transforming those scores into the health-related quality of life scores. We're going to, as I said, talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So what did we do? We reviewed information regarding 13 health tech startups. So those 83 studies, reports, posters, lots of info. And we ended up including, according to our inclusion criteria, 4 startups. Mindfulness Center, Patient Journey App, Joint Academy, and Learning to Sleep. And then we estimated the total impact measured as total QALYs. And here we've summarized just the diversity of outcomes that we could find. Even in those 4 startups that we selected, they all targeted different clinical groups and measured different outcomes. So they measured anxiety, they measured fatigue, osteoarthritis, insomnia, and depression. As you can see here, maybe I'll go a little bit this way here, there was one company, that Patient Journey App, that actually measured quality of life from the very beginning. So they measured it using a direct method. This is the EQ5D, the EuroQol 5 dimensions, which is the most widely used. There's plenty more, but this is the most widely used direct. So a questionnaire to measure QALYs directly. But the other companies, they had their own clinical instruments and their own clinical outcomes, so we're able to transform them to other likewise valid and relevant instruments such as the Q5D, SF6D. The negative side of this is that once you add another step, right, for indirect measurement of QALYs, you lose information. And again, we'll talk more about this in the afternoon workshop, pros and cons of these kind of measures. And I'll hand it over to Camilla.
Yes, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the results that we found from this very interesting study. And the results that we're going to show you today is an example from Learning to Sleep that delivered this solution to patients with insomnia. And Learning to Sleep was compared to a waitlist control group. And what they did was that they used a clinical instrument to measure insomnia, the Insomnia Severity Index, and we were then able to transform the scores on this clinical instrument to quality of life. And in this study they also measured outcomes during a time period of 5 weeks. So in the results section here you can see that there's a significant difference between the patients that received Learning to Sleep in comparison to the waitlist control. But this is only for the study population. So we were then wondering, what if we would extrapolate this to the whole Swedish population or the whole Danish population? What if we would provide this app to everyone, let's say in Sweden, that has insomnia problems? What would the results look like? So we identified how many individuals that would be eligible to use this kind of application. And then we also looked at, so if we then would provide it to all of these people, how many people would accept and want to use it, and how many people would go through and use the intervention for the whole time period and not drop out. So if we apply all of those numbers, we get to a result showing that Learning to Sleep could actually have the potential of 242 additional quality-adjusted life years, just this solution. And this we did for the other 3 companies as well that we looked at. So they measured quality of life either, as Filipa said, directly or indirectly using the clinical instruments. And what you can see here as well is also significant differences between a control group and an intervention group with quite large improvements in quality of life even after quite a short time horizon. And we did the same thing here. We tried to identify the eligible population in various countries to see how many additional QALYs would this generate. And if we would add them all together, these are the results, basically. So it's quite an improvement in how many additional lives in full health that we can generate through all of these different solutions. But these results are, of course, with regards to the assumptions that we made, that we offer the interventions, but not everyone will accept them, and some people will drop out, of course. But in the best case scenario, that everyone is accepting it and fulfilling and going through the whole intervention, it could be even greater results. And just as Aldo mentioned previously as well, another important thing to remember with the QALY is that it can be monetized. And especially for decision makers, it can be very tricky to try to look at the cost effectiveness for various solutions if you have a clinical instrument. Because how are we willing to estimate how much we want to spend on reducing depression or increasing sleep, etc. But QALY then has an inbuilt threshold or an inbuilt value that makes it easier for decision makers to actually ascertain and prioritize different healthcare interventions. And this we're also going to talk a little bit more about in the workshop later.
Thank you, Camilla, Filipa. Really impressive results. And as you guys told me, one of the things we applied in the clinical studies we were going through from the very brave entrepreneurs that said, okay, let's do this, is that a lot of these clinical study design were not designed to find quality. So actually these results may not even give justice to the whole clinical outcome because they were not designed for quality. They were designed to express other clinical outcomes, and Nordic Analytics, what they did was extract a scale that could potentially be transferred to quality. So the results could even potentially be better if, or express the whole benefit of the outcome if they were designed to find quality from the first place. And be able to see the whole picture. And that's one of the other things that we're going to touch upon in the workshop this afternoon. And we continue doing this, and we will continue experimenting for new ways with quality to see how we can express that impact and how we can provide you a tool to go forward, facilitate procurements, make your solution be more understood in different markets by different decision makers. So please come to the workshop, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And could you click one more? I think we have. Yes. Questions? I have a microphone here. Who wants to start? Mikael.
Thanks, really interesting. I've heard the term many times before, but I'm not that familiar with it. So can you tell me how that compares to, for instance, medications, some medicines, what kind of qualities they have usually?
do you mean like how many QALYs, like medications, would generate in comparison to these type of studies?
If you adopt a medication versus if you adopt this kind of digital tool, is there a difference?
Yeah. Very often you don't really see these type of studies where you actually aggregate results if you would apply these kind of calculations to a whole population. So what is often seen in these type of studies are results that are averages per person. So it's difficult to say how much total impact they would have because it's very few studies of this kind, I would say.
Okay, was that? Did you get it? Okay, Bejan.
Thank you. Could you please come to slide number 31? I have a question on that slide. Thank you.
Just tell us to stop.
Yeah, I will. 31.
Yes.
Yeah. You said you measure anxiety. So my question is, how did you measure anxiety? It was with questionnaire, or you had some objective device?
So taking you to slide 32, we added that because we knew someone could ask. We didn't measure ourselves. We only used the evidence that was already available. So the startup that conducted the study did all the data collection. And as you can see there, they measured anxiety and depression using a questionnaire called HATS. They had a bunch of other measures as well, but we only selected those measures that we could see in the literature that had available equations that could allow us to transform the HATS score onto SF60 or AQ5D, so onto a questionnaire that is, one of those questionnaires that can be used to measure QALYs directly. So we basically take a step back and then take a step forward. So if you can't transform the scores from clinical instrument to a QALY instrument if there are no published equations. And how do you get those how do you get those equations? Well, other researchers need to have done work in that field and thought, we need to get an equation to transform these scores to.
Yeah, just one comment on that. Thank you for your answer. Just to comment. So there is a device which measures anxiety and stress, not by questionnaire, but objective device.
It's yours. You know that, Bejan, you have one. But these are the forms that are accepted QALY forms. So just translating it into QALY, we need to use those forms. Yes?
Thank you for a great presentation. You said this could be a useful tool for decision makers. Which decision makers have you talked to and what have been their feedback to you?
Yeah. We have been kind of researching all over the place, and one of the biggest clues of seeing that QALY could potentially be a good tool for decision makers is that it is already used to decide in pharma, for instance. The pharma industry does utilize QALY to provide information with on the effectiveness of their suggestions, and actually the system is already used to receiving this kind of information. Even you guys, NordIQ Analytics has made studies on QALY for decision makers to see if the solution is whether it's municipalities or regions or even private healthcare in other parts of the world. So we're there. We're seeing what hasn't been necessarily seen yet is health tech being measured this way. So we'll see what the paradigm is, and we're exploring and see if minds are open and present this proposal for the future. However, we didn't want to even start to try to open doors and explore without having a bit of evidence. A hypothesis that's kind of proven behind our backs to say, okay, this could be possible, this is interesting. Yeah, so that's so far.
Thank you so much. And since I have the microphone, I would like to add a few things. So there's the workshop at 2:10 in parallel with this room session. The workshop is down there after the break, after the coffee break. And then you will learn more about how this compares to, for instance, introducing new pills in the healthcare sector. What amount of QALYs and what is it worth in terms of money. The health tech cases actually are cheaper than the current state of the art. So it's combining this, health quality of life, with cost, reducing cost. That's a totally new one. And that will be even more exciting. Thank you so much. Introduce my dear friend and former colleague, Sofia Järvard, who never presents herself as a cardiologist, but she is. And she actually moved Region Skåne forward with QALY Life and LifePod from Cross Technology, doing clinical studies, introducing those new tools. Then she left Region Skåne. She worked for a while with us at Innovation Skåne, and now she's at Novo Nordisk. As a global medical director for cardiovascular diseases. And your vision is to improve modern healthcare by engaging and bringing the best of people and leverage latest research and innovations in medical technology and pharmaceuticals. That's a nice vision.
I'll make it simple. No, it's very nice to be here. So let me go to slide number. Here, precision health. So I will talk to you about precision medicine. And this was my former job, head of medical affairs. I'm now working in Denmark, in Søborg, in Copenhagen, as global medical director CVD. I'm also the president of a research collaboration, the Research and Innovation Council in South Sweden, in Skåne, where we are different partners from academia, from companies, and also from the universities to leverage on these important subjects. But today I'm going to talk about road to precision medicine in Europe. And this is actually the first time I've spoken about this subject, so you're the first audience to listen to this. And actually, when I started to, investigate, it's a bit difficult actually, because when you search on precision medicine, you always come to pharmaceutical or medicine, genetics, and very rarely health tech. So I've actually added a part in my presentation about health tech, since this is the audience, but I will start with the more, European global version of precision medicine. So giving you a sense that it's not always about health, it's about finding the right treatment to the right patient. So, what is precision medicine? I will talk about first, objective, and then also what's the status today and what can the future look like. So, very simple agenda. So, as you know, FDA, they are usually, the main, when you're working in a pharmaceutical company, you always try your drugs first in the US market and get approved of FDA before going to Europe. If you enter the European market first, you always have an easier way entering the European market. So that's why I actually used the FDA's definition of precision medicine. And as you can see, they also call it personalized medicine, like giving the target the right treatment to the right patient at the right time. And you sitting here, don't you already do this? So it's like, but the healthcare doesn't work like that today. The healthcare has developed a lot during the last 10 to 15 years. Because when I started to work, we had actually very few guidelines, for example. We just work with this is the way we do it in this particular ward. But more and more guidelines have come in different areas. But the guidelines, they are for all. They don't say like, Sophia, you have this condition and this condition, you should have this medication. Guidelines is everything the same for everyone. And that has been quite effective in the treatment in the healthcare system. So we have actually reduced a kind of a substantial part of CVD, fewer deaths, fewer hospitalizations. So it has been very effective. But now I think it's time for the next step. Because people don't want 10 drugs if they're only going to get 2 drugs. They don't want 10 devices if only one is working for them. So this is the precision medicine. And of course, we are also in this, area of genetics. I want to mention the genetics because it's, there's a lot of centers building up. I think both in Sweden, Denmark, other Nordic countries, personalized centers, advanced therapeutic medicine products, ATMP. Maybe you've heard about it. Have you done that? Yeah. Yes. And it's a kind of complicated language, complicated content, but it's actually narrowing down to precision medicine. Mapping the genetics, finding the right drug to the right patient or right tech. So what is the possibilities? This is a complicated, lots of lines and so, but it's quite simple in a way. The earlier, the better. It's like moving from this late, when you're here, you're in the end stage treatment, going here. That's like common knowledge for you health tech people maybe, but in medicine it's not. Because in medicine, we usually wait until the patient gets to the ER, and you sicker, the better. Because you sicker you are, the more easier it is to find the right diagnosis. So if you're too well, you don't even may enter the ER. But if you even enter, they usually say, oh, we don't do that much now, we have to wait a few weeks. And so I think you have more knowledge, also with artificial intelligence, you have more knowledge than, the common medicine doctor, nurse have today. So you need to shift this focus from this more like rehab, like going in this earlier focus. So this is just to show that this with genetics is still, in the early phases, but more and more genetic, especially among cancer treatment. They do a lot of genomic sequencing today. And this is, of course, the future, but we're not there yet. But more and more coming. And to just show what kind of drugs are approved in this genetic treatment. There are actually only 2 in Sweden approved. And these are, this one here, gene therapy for leukemia and lymphoma. But all these are approved in Europe. So, but it's still for a very, very small patient group, very, very rarely used. So this precision gene therapy is not for the common big population cohorts. And there's also, of course, a lot of projects going on with this within this precision medicine and precision health, mainly targeted to oncology and you see cancer therapy. This is in Swedish, but it's like, I just wanted to visualize. There's a lot of projects, a lot of governmental also issues with this gene therapy with, of course, just to get your genome sequenced and finding out that you may have risk for cancer in the future. And what should you do about that? And should you also sequence your children, your relatives? So I think there is a lot of, governmental, ethical issues that needs to be solved before we are there. So we are very, very early phase in this precision medicine within genetics. And there are, of course, room for opportunities in health tech instead. So I will also show you some case, because that's always, after dinner you get more. So this is Anna. She is 75 years old, and she has recently been very tired, she has swollen nodules, and she has went to her primary care physician. And he had a suspicion that she might have blood cancer, and then he referred her to the hematology specialist. That's a normal procedure, but there is of course a lot of waiting times, and usually it takes several months to get the diagnosis first. But eventually she was decided to have her chemotherapy. And that usually takes several months, and then there's cortisone, and this diagnosis is not cured today. It is that it can be, how to say, then you have to go for several follow-ups, several years, high risk of relapse, and very, how to say, demanding both for the patient and the family, having this long time treatment with a lot of side effects. So what's the possibility with gene therapy in the future? Then they will, of course, do a more detailed blood analysis, sequencing her blood, and also then you take out the white blood cells and you map them so they will get back into the patient, targeting the cancer cells. So actually in the future, and this is not science, this is actually done today in younger patients, so she can be cured from her blood cancer. So that's like just one case that is a possibility if you have a more precision medicine care, instead of just giving, according to guidelines, you should have these 3 drugs and let's give it to everyone and see what happens. Another easy case is sepsis. You know, if you get a serious infection today, you get into the hospital, you get oxygen, you get fluid, and then you usually are put quite early on a broad spectrum antibiotics if your labs are high. But usually we don't know which bacteria you have. And it can take several days actually to find out. So in the future there will of course be some kind of narrow spectrum decision regarding which bacteria you have and targeting the right drug to that bacteria. So that's also one example of this precision medicine. But you're here for health tech, so now I will switch to health tech. I just wanted to show you these examples because like you are like also in the before with the QALYs, like using the pharma knowledge also into health tech knowledge. I think that can be really good to have that both paths. So, like Marianne said, I had a background. I used to work part-time in Skåne as a medical advisor. I was doing some evaluations of the health tech companies' solutions, and I did that in kind of in scientific way, you know, with the randomization and also with the aim at publish the findings. And usually that process is quite demanding, but it's also, when you're done, it's of course very fantastic, because then you've also gone through all the review process within the magazines. And but for example, if you look at health tech, you can have diabetes, for example. That's a very broad disease, and this continuous glucose monitoring, when you have your Freestyle Libre in and you always can measure the blood glucose. I don't know if you're aware of this. Are you? Yes? Yeah? You can maybe have one? Yes? And that's like, how to say, fantastic in the way of having a personalized medicine in health tech. Because then you can adjust your insulin doses in a very timely manner. You can have warning when it's too high, when it's too low. And this has become available maybe the last 3-4 years. And even today, type 2 diabetes patients rarely use this. So there's of course a huge potential for patients in type 2 diabetes having this. And the other one I was just taking up here is a decision support tool, assessing, for example, cardiovascular risk. If you have like atrial fibrillation, you have a high risk of having a stroke. So when you're a doctor and you work and you put all these parameters into the journal system, you automatically will get a risk score predictor and also, how to say, suggestion of medications and stuff. Today, you don't usually get that. So as a doctor, if you're like having your evidence-based medicine, you of course do the calculations yourself, but that's not always the case. If you go, for example, to primary care, who covers all diagnoses, it's impossible for them to know everything about all these risks, or risk score for atrial fibrillation, risk score for cardiovascular health, risk score for, so what do? They just go for like, I think it's a need of this or not. So this is, and that's, how to say, a very important tool for helping patients in the future. This was also 2 examples. I know there's someone in here in the audience for this one. This one, severe pain. For example, if you have document your pain, and you can also then either with a pump or just taking more drugs, having a more precision-related healthcare where actually the system guides you to how many more tablets do you need now. They will also, of course, backlog, see, okay, the 22nd of August you used this and it worked. So the machine will learn. And also, of course, epileptical seizures, where you might be able to predict in the future, and also, of course, adjust medications if you have like relapse with seizures. So the project I was involved in was, I don't have any picture of that, maybe, but it was within cardiac failure, and we used a system called Optilog, a very simple system. It's kind of a reading pad with like educational materials, and the patient had to stand on a Bluetooth, a wave, and connected to Bluetooth. A scale connected to Bluetooth, so they could easily see their weight every day, because the weight is kind of crucial in cardiac failure to having a stable weight. And then they will get instructions of how to adjust their diuretics. So very simple algorithm, no complicated. We had patients that were like 90 years old, using this. So very, and the company actually went physically home to the patient, installing this scale and device. And we could see that there was both improvement quality of life, but the most important, maybe 50% reduction in hospitalizations in the active group. So, but I usually don't talk too much about that, even though, because it's always, how to say, when you're from the ordinary healthcare, you're a bit, you need to balance your wording sometimes. So that's, so I'm open for questions. So this is what I wanted to talk about later also, because this is also reflecting that this is very important, I think, to get into the healthcare, but to secure the outcomes and safety. And of course, me who travels between different worlds, now I'm in the pharmaceutical world. Everything is very regulated. There is like lots of, how to say, support from CROs, from intra personnel, lots of experience. It's big trials. Everything is like very documented. But coming from the health tech world, where there's quite little knowledge of how to pursue a study, how can we make sure that this tech is valid, it's safe, and also proves to be effective. So I think that's I talked to one of the CROs here today, and I think there is actually room for opportunities in working more closely with CROs, in helping them to evaluate evaluating your tech products. but still, you know, in many of this precision medicine, it can be quite small samples. And of course, it can be more difficult in assessing the effectiveness. So that's also, there is a lot of, how to say, difficulties in this matter. So what is then the potential? So like I said, the precision medicine is not one thing. Maybe the thing is the right target, the right patient, and getting the right information. That's precision medicine. But it can be both in the pharmaceutical, but also in the health tech. There is an expectancy that in the future, in 10 years, it will actually be 2 to 7% of the healthcare cost. And that's of course related to lots of the pharmaceutical products. For example, this case I mentioned with blood cancer, one treatment cost about 4 to 5 million kroner, the Danish kroner per year. So this is like expensive, and that's why the population for these products are quite small. So what's my conclusion then? So I would say there is limited use of precision medicine today, and also high potential, at least for these drugs that I mentioned in infectious diseases and in cancer. But from the health tech perspective, there is a huge potential, more potential I would say than the pharmaceutical actually, in having this targeting, taking the diagnosis that the unmet need, identifying the unmet need in the different diagnoses, and also evaluate in as so scientific way as possible, I would say. It really helps out when you, in the next step, for example, ask for reimbursement among decision makers. So this is the references, and now there's quite good, how to say, you can read it on the internet.
Phones, I hope. So we've got questions here. Sir.
Hi, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I'm Skåne from the Mette company. I have a question, maybe it's a little bit opinionated, maybe about you. What you think? Sorry, it's a little bit opinionated, possibly. Yeah. But I couldn't agree anymore with you about the vagueness about precision medicine. It's so many talks, different definitions, and people understand in different ways. I couldn't avoid noticing you had put in precision health. Actually, in my own presentation nowadays, I don't put precision medicine anymore, I put precision healthcare. As a background, I'm an ISO technical committee expert member for health informatics, so we discuss definitions quite a lot. As you know, we need to speak the same language, especially with the experts from around the world, different backgrounds. Do you think we should replace precision health with precision medicine with precision healthcare?
I actually agree because when I signed up for the presentation as precision medicine, but now in the program it was precision health. So I think precision health actually includes more medicine and health tech. So I think precision health is actually a more better definition. I would say I agree with you.
Mikael, Rinnetmäki, Sensotrend. Randomized controlled trials and digital health. I'm a bit skeptical whether that's actually required. I do understand the profession and it has decades of randomized controlled trials and that's what they use and know best, but it still might not be applicable or the best tool to evaluate digital tools that keep on improving monthly or weekly or twice per day. And my question is, do you see, for instance, real-world evidence data ever replacing randomized controlled trials for these kind of products where the safety is not so much of a concern? It's really unlikely that a digital tool that can actually do physical or medical harm to you. So could we use real-world evidence there?
So it's not an easy question. I think we are in this phase now where there's still quite of, how to say, hesitance for example, the public healthcare to invest money into health tech, buying, for example, companies and not buying companies, but investing and working together. And the only thing they're used to is randomized controlled trials. That's the way they usually assess if it's working or not. So in those two studies that I've done for health tech digital solutions, we use this quite, how to say, randomized controlled trials, but we use it like the old-fashioned way with letters, envelopes, taking out. So we use that just to make sure that we weren't questioned afterwards. And from my current experience with the pharmaceutical, you usually need those kind of, how to say, it doesn't have to be big samples. It can be 10 in control, 20 active, or say 30, just to make sure that you have the safety right. Then you can take the real world evidence and have larger scales. But I still think it's, I'm quite positive in using randomized controlled trials first. Because that's like, how to say, in evidence medicine, that's the groundbreaking. But you can use parameters that assess your tool. For example, if you have a insomnia application, of course you need to assess that it's working. So I would recommend to go for that first, and then add on with so you have a combined solution, evidence.
It's a better communication tool.
Yes.
Right? That's the... If we're heading for healthcare, traditional healthcare buyers,
yes,
maybe take the highway. So, if you want to discuss this more, use your QR code and sign in at this point. Even though you've signed in before, you may have done that, do it again, because afterwards, we will look at what time you signed in, because then we'll know what discussion you're interested in. So you may use that several times. So if you want to do something after this conference on precision health or precision medicine, because they're very much in vogue right now in the market out there. People talk about this. Do we do anything about it? And what do we do? How do we use 330 companies to break the waves and use precision health? I don't know. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Sophia.
Okay, so now we are going to talk about my favorite subject, AI and data science. Coming from Volvo Cars, been working with self-driving cars, and you can imagine all the data and the AI and the data science in that project. It's so much better to be in healthcare. Worth waiting for? Now, Tina Juhl, PhD, Business Development Director at IQVIA. She will talk about public-private partnership for healthcare AI.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to come here today and give this short talk on public-private partnerships in healthcare and how we at IQVIA work with these kind of partnerships, not only in the Danish healthcare sector, but actually across the Nordics. Yes. So basically what I will be talking about today is highlighted in this slide. So firstly, I'll just give you an overall introduction to how we look at these public-private partnerships as a way to do business development. And then secondly, I'll take you through a case, which is a project that we have been currently running for the last 2.5 years. And it's based on a private-public, it's very difficult to say, partnership model. And it actually aims at developing a machine learning-based clinical decision-making tool for citizens receiving home care. And then finally, I'll touch a little bit upon some of the many challenges that we meet along the way while doing these often very highly innovative AI projects. So when we talk about public-private partnerships, we definitely see it as a way of doing business development. And within that area, we have three main focus areas, which are the one listed on this slide. So we, well, not surprisingly, many big companies do that. We work with thought leadership, and we do that to identify specific challenges within the healthcare space, and then we map and describe how this challenge can be met, either with the use of the health data, technology, or IT platforms. And then we, basically the knowledge that we gain from doing this thought leadership, we basically convert that into new business opportunities. And we combine that with doing public-private partnerships, and I'll get back to how we do that more specifically in just a while. And then we also sort of select a couple of strategic projects that we invest in, because we believe that they can create knowledge and also thought leadership in terms of then doing new business. So basically, thought leadership, the main part we do here, not surprising, you've seen this before, we do white papers as well. But what is a little bit different from at least what I've seen other companies do is IQVIA is a very, well, we have a long tradition for doing research, and we are globally, we're the largest CRO company. And we, for instance, we publish over 2,500 peer-reviewed articles each year. So we use this research background when we also conduct white papers, so they are based on heavily research. So we do interviews, we do workshops, we do field studies as well, where we try to cover a specific challenge. We use the white papers to communicate, obviously, go to conferences and do meetings with the right stakeholders. And then basically convert those challenges that the white paper describes, so we convert it into a business opportunity, because very often that comes up as well. But then we go into public-private partnerships, and we do that based on often the meetings that we host with the relevant stakeholders. And this is actually here where it becomes, at least for me at least, very interesting, because we also do fundraising. And we don't do just, as you've probably also seen it in academia, so that was not a new thing either, but we actually heavily invest in it ourselves. So we don't get paid for doing this. I actually have people hired in who are conducting these project descriptions and doing applications as well for funds. So this was just very briefly an introduction to you, so you can get a sense of how we work with this, and then I'll give you an example of this AI project that we're currently running. It is a project that we're doing together with the QALY municipality and the University Hospital in Region Zealand, and it aims at developing this clinical decision-making tool for citizens receiving home care. Those of you who work within healthcare, many of you, this is not a new thing. The demographic development, it definitely increases some challenges with the raising population, and this is also the aim that this project is trying to aim at, because basically what we want to do is that we want to try to reduce the number of citizens being admitted to the hospital, and these numbers up here, they are from QALY municipality. And as you can see, they currently have around roughly 2,000 citizens receiving home care each month. And out of these 2,000 people, between 5 and 10% are admitted to the hospital each month. So basically, we wanted to see if we can make a tailored intervention to prevent people from being hospitalized. And the municipalities in Denmark, those of you who have worked with them, they actually do this, you could say early warning, or at least they try to. But they use some observational tools, which are mainly based on subjective measurements, it's questionnaires. And also it's a huge challenge because the home care or the caregiver that comes into a specific citizen's home is not the same. Well, they change quite regularly. So they needed this standardized tool, and this is basically what we do. We developed this clinical early warning tool that can be, It is used by the home caregivers and the nurses to predict those patients who are at risk of being admitted to the hospital. And they wanted this algorithm, they wanted it implemented in their home care journal so that it could be easily accessed, and also so that it could support their daily operations. Yeah, and the games, obviously we have some games as well. So this is the partner group. As I said before, QALY owns this project. And then we have support from the university hospital, and we mainly do that because we use data from their EMR system, Sundhedsplatform, or the health platform, as you probably also know it. And then we, as an external supplier, we do the technical development of the technical solution, but we also do much more than that. We also do project management, we do the whole governance structure for this project. And we also do the technical and the organizational implementation. And as I said, it has been running, you can see here, it has been running since the late 2020. So it is a project that has been running for quite some time. So basically the different phases included in this project, we did the whole coverage of data as well. So we looked into the literature and saw what risk factors there were for people over the age of 65 for being admitted to the hospital. And then we also did a lot of qualitative and research. So we went out and did semi-structured interviews and focus group interviews with the nurses and the caregivers and the GPs in order for us to cover all the risk factors. And then we did the data model. We did the whole data sourcing, the cleaning of the data, everything in between, and then finally developed and implemented the solution. So this actually shows you some of the data sources, or the data sources included in this project. So we use data from the EMR system, the health platform, and from this platform we use data such as data for hospitalization, discharge, also, for instance, laboratory results and diagnosis as well. And then we would use data from the municipality, from their care journal, and we'd use, for instance, the number of services provided. We use data such as also functional tests and also different objective measures. And that combined is what we have called the journal-based algorithm, because this is what is run on a daily basis in a clinical practice. And then we actually combine it with data from the national registers. And we did that because, well, basically we had a hypothesis that the data quality, for instance, in the home care journals, we know from a fact it's quite low. And we needed to see how much better we could improve the model if we actually added data, so we had a larger data volume, but also had data with a higher quality. So the variables that we also include are, for instance, social demographic variables, citizenship, educational degree, income, and we also looked at, for instance, drug statistics and rehabilitation data. So basically these are the two models that we then compare, and we've just actually last week gotten access to the registered data, and obviously our hypothesis has been confirmed. The algorithm, the performance goes up when we include the national registers as well. And basically the data here is fed in on a regular basis. The data from the home care journal, we have access to that in real time, so it's updated once a day. And the EMR data, it is fed in once a week. And then it comes up with this clinical decision-making tool that gives a score of the risk of being hospitalized within 30 days. And this is what it looks like. It's very simple, it's a prototype, but basically it gives a risk score of the risk of being admitted to the hospital within the next 30 days. And as you can see over here, and this is actually how it looked like, you have them categorized into red and yellow and green. And the red, we have the highest risk and a moderate risk if you have a yellow score, and no risk if you're green. And they can access the algorithm or the solution. They can access it within their home care journal via a link. And then they are also provided with the 10 strongest reasons why, or the factors driving the model, so that they can actually act upon it. This is basically what they do. So they get this risk score, and then they get the reason why the patient is either high or moderate or low at risk. And then they're actually able to initiate treatment and hopefully prevent hospitalization. And this is just some data on the model. I won't go into details, but just if you have the slides afterwards, you can have a look at it. So basically the citizens, those who are high at risk, it's people who have been hospitalized several times within the last 3 months. They have more than one comorbidity. They have several chronic diseases. They received several different types of medication as well. And they also often have very low blood values when they have been hospitalized. And this is actually just to show you the results. So how significant is the risk of a citizen being admitted to the hospital? So basically over here you can see the probability that a specific citizen is hospitalized or will be. And the higher this, it goes toward 1, the higher the risk. And down here you have the number of citizens, so each dot is basically a citizen. And down here you have the low risk, so what you want to see is actually you want to see all the blue dots down here, because they show you a citizen who is not hospitalized within the next 30 days, and which was predicted and categorized as green, you could basically see. And up here you want all of the orange dots, and that is basically the citizens who were categorized as having a high risk and were hospitalized. But as you can also see, there is this differentiation between the dots, but there are definitely also some orange dots down here, where, well, basically you shouldn't have a high risk of being admitted to the hospital. So, just to put a couple of numbers on it, this is from the implementation and the testing phase. So as you can see up here, we had over a week, we have 14 citizens who were marked red, but only 5 of them were hospitalized, and the same pattern goes for the yellow ones. So this basically means that this algorithm is able to predict 50% of the admissions to the hospital. And then you can say, okay, 50%. You can also flip a coin. Is that even something that we should, base our future on and work on? And what is extremely important here is actually the accuracy is approximately 85 to 90%, which is actually quite good. And also you can see that this is actually also due to the fact that we had a very low number of citizens actually being admitted to the hospital. So when we looked at those who were not hospitalized, we had a 95% of the predictions, they were correct. And we could also see that for those who were actually admitted to the hospital, it was a bit lower. It was between 30 and 40% of those were predicted correctly. So it means that there is some potential here. It also means that we need bigger data. We need a larger data volume in order for us to make the algorithm more precise. But there is definitely some intentions here towards a solution that can actually be used in clinical practice. So we have a solution like this. Now it's a prototype, and we're looking into doing a large-scale project with combining and including more municipalities as well. But this is definitely a journey, and as I said, we've been working on this for 2.5 years, and we will continue to do so. Right now we're looking into raising funds for moving forward, and including more municipalities as well. So there are definitely some challenges when we do these projects, and I just want to touch upon them very, very briefly, because, well, this is a new arena, and there's a huge, huge, huge potential, but it is so, so, so challenging. And some of the challenges actually also goes into the most of the documentation that the nurses and the GPs and so on, they do. It's still free text. And this can definitely be included in an algorithm like this. It wasn't in the scope of this project. We will do that moving forward. But there's definitely an issue here also in terms of validity. Lack of data is definitely also a challenge here, because There are a significant number of variables who are very rarely reported, and we can also see from a clinical practice and when we look into registration that it varies very much across the healthcare sector. And this is definitely a challenge when we want to have valid data. And also, what could even improve this algorithm was also to include data from the GP. But again, this is actually quite complex and it's extremely difficult to get access to these data. And finally, but not least, registration, practice, and secondary use of these types of data. It's a very good idea, but the purpose of the registration is not to do fancy algorithms like this. It is to do clinical practice, and that is a huge, huge challenge when you want to move forward. Also, people make mistakes, it's obvious. So when then you have flawed data, we just feed it into the model, and that creates bias. So there is also something about organizational maturity. One thing that we definitely also get out of doing these public-private partnerships is that we're not, you can see yourself, there's a long way before a product like this goes to market. So the value here is also the knowledge that we gain along the way, and definitely also something that ensures that this product actually will be valid on the market is also co-creation. And ensuring that it has just simple things as the user interface, as you already know. It's extremely important that it can support their daily operations, and they don't need to change their workflow, for instance, in order for them to use a technology like this. So finally, but not least, most of all of these projects, they are done as research projects. You probably also know this. But it is a huge challenge when you want to move it into a productional setup because the way is really, really long. I've just listed some of the challenges here. One thing is definitely getting access to data in real time across sectors, a huge challenge. Another thing is also retraining and scaling a model like this when we know that we have issues with data validity due to registration practices, for instance. So it's a huge challenge not only to source data when you want to scale your product, but also actually get the same performance out of the algorithm is actually quite difficult. These types of products, they will often be medical device, you know that. It needs to be CE marked. The way from going from a prototype to getting a CE marked product out of it is extremely long and costly as well. Consent, we all know that. When we do research projects, we don't have to go out and ask each citizen if they want to participate, but moving forward, we definitely have to handle it in a structured way. So this is just to say that the road is bumpy, but there is definitely some really, really great wins out there with doing projects such as these. Thank you.
That maybe this is the only industry that is not interested in what AI and data science can do. It's not, it doesn't drive it itself.
No,
so it's a challenge.
It's a
Any questions?
Questions?
Thank you for the great presentation. Now I feel like we are living in the era of population health already, so in the future, kind of way. You already touched the issue of like permission from the patients to be contacted based on that information, and I think that that's something to be done in the future. Do you have any estimation of the intervention, how much it is compared to the cost of hospitalization, like the return on investment?
No.
Yeah.
We haven't done that at this point in time. We haven't done that. We have only tested it for this spring, and we will do that during a large-scale project as well. We'll also look at the effect and effectiveness of it moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm thinking when I sit in my office in Gothenburg, I could throw a rock behind myself and I would hit a data modeler who would be super happy to bring his startup into a context like this and do the models. But gaining access to EMR data, public health data, and so on would be a huge hurdle. Could you reiterate a bit about the public-private partnership deal that makes IQVIA, sorry about the pronunciation, a partner that's chosen by the hospital rather than a startup that could do it on a shoestring budget, I guess?
Yeah. So getting access to data, I agree, it's a huge challenge. I think that we used approximately a year and a half from when we started out and actually got access to data. And we had also a bunch of regulatory bumps along the way, the different stakeholders that didn't agree, so we were actually provided the data from the regions, but then the registers said it was the same day, it was the same application, it was the same project, but they say, no, you can't get access to our register data. And so it's a huge challenge, and we have, you could say that we definitely have the advantage because IQVIA here in Denmark, we do a lot of registered studies, so we have approval before doing this project, for instance with the Statistic Denmark and the Danish Health Authority. So this is definitely a challenge, but there is really no way around it.
But did you also bring money to the table with your own fundraising activities?
Yeah, we actually this is funded nearly. I think we got 4.8 million Danish kroner from an investment fund for doing this specific project, and we also went out beforehand together with the public partners and did the fundraising for it. Yeah.
So thank you very much for this nice presentation. I can really see there is a need. In my previous job, we had a lot of returning patients from nursing homes. So really appreciate the mapping phase, like you've done. But I'm also very interested in the interventional phase.
Yeah. Because
like you do the mapping, and you of course have this red patient having lots of medications, maybe cardiac failure, chronic obstructive lung disease or something. But that would be much more interesting to see if you have this mapping and then you do this intervention. That will actually not keeping the patient out of hospital.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking about the intervention? Because we have some startups companies who could do selected interventions. You know, for the example I mentioned with the home device with the scales in cardiac failure, or assessing, for example, in chronic obstructive lung disease, you can assess pulmonary.
Yeah. So basically, even though this was run as a research project, we did that primarily to get access to data. Not that we didn't follow the registrations, we did that, but in Denmark you can't do this as a development project. You have to do it, or otherwise you can't get access to data and combine the data from different data sources. But when I say that, it's because we have had a very pragmatic approach toward it, because we didn't want this to be a research project. We wanted it to be something that could use tomorrow in a clinical practice. And the reason why I'm saying that is that we also wanted it to reflect how they are currently working and how the resources and also the capabilities that are actually available within the municipality. So there is no intervention following. They're provided with the information. So this is a support tool that actually says, okay, this group over here, they're categorized to have a higher risk. But moving forward, yes, you can actually definitely combine it also with an intervention and then move more into a decision support tool than not just what is currently being shown here.
Thank you very much, Tina. If I take the opportunity to introduce you to Katrin Jung, representing cross-technology with LifePod, I think you could have a lot of use for each other, actually. So please talk to each other. So, introducing Nima Jokilakso, straight from Finland. The clicker, I'll switch to your PowerPoint. I think the clicker is tired, just to be generous. I'll do like this. Or maybe you will have to use the... Oh, it was off. Yeah. So Nima is a senior advisor from, of Business Finland and an old acquaintance of ours, very much into startup development and growth and internationalization. And you're going to talk on the importance of lowering barriers for procurers to identify state-of-the-art solutions. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much. And first of all, yes, my name is Nima Larsson, born and raised in Sweden. And I have a background both in academia as a researcher. I've been doing both running a startup and consulting, and now the last 7+ years I've been working, I don't know if you actually hear me, let's see. I've been working with export promotion. I can try to speak louder if we don't get the mic on. I have a quite strong voice. Let's try with that one. Thank you. Okay, much better. So, as a senior advisor, I talk to SME companies on a daily basis, and what are their hurdles and what are the kind of barriers that they see on the market when they're trying to enter. So I work with their internationalization plans and those activities that they do. So I was very pleased when Marianne asked me to have this talk to you. And the reason is that beyond just seeing some of those hurdles that they have, I also need to have an understanding of what is happening on the market currently, where are the trends going, both when it comes to business trends, but also on the policy side. Before I start, I'm actually curious also who's here in the audience. So I was just asking, who of you are from a private company? Hands up. Quite a big bunch. And who of you would also consider yourselves startups? Okay, still a big one. Okay, excellent. And who's from the public sector? A couple, yeah? And are you decision makers? Hands up. So and so. Okay, excellent. Because I'll be addressing some questions maybe for you in this presentation. All right. And there's a beautiful view from Malmö over to Denmark. I think we can also maybe see the Denmark in the background there. There we go. So the content of this presentation is going to be a very brief introduction to some of those innovation uptake visions that exist, but mainly focusing on some of those entry barriers. And I'll be trying to use a little bit of some, let's say, theoretical background, but I'll also try to break away a little bit from theoretical background. So I'll be focusing on government policy as a barrier, entering innovative solutions to the market, and then also some issues on capital requirements. And then also lift a couple of examples where we also can be acting as a catalyst to kind of do initiatives to move forward beyond those barriers. So, as you all know, there is a huge number of visions. It's easy to come up with a vision. Politicians love making visions. We are having an election period in Sweden. Most of the Nordic countries are either in an election period or soon entering an election period. So these kind of visions are very easy to state. We do have them also on Nordic level. There are Nordic statements that, for example, in 2030, we should be the most integrated healthcare region in the world. But when you make those visions, the question is also, what does that mean in reality? How do we go from great statements into policy and maybe also changes in the market? So, yes, we do have Nordic statements on where we want to be in 2030. There are, of course, national visions. I'll give an example from Sweden, but there are also, in many countries, different kind of national strategies where we lift the different topics. And currently, what is very common is, for example, precision medicine, precision health, and health data are typical of those kind of things lifted. But of course, we all also, we have regional politics. We also, of course, different regions are competing, so they also have their different innovation plans. Region Stockholm, for example, have been very good at producing such. So this is kind of, let's say, the easy part. The easy part is to put a vision. And just to give an example, in 2015, there was an announcement that Sweden would become the world leader in uptaking these new digital solutions. That's a bold statement. It's great. I love visions because then put a goal where you want to be. But there has been some issues also on how to get there. First of all, not just how to get there, but also how to measure it. It's easy to make a claim, say we're going to be number one. And I do believe, I must be frank, I think all the Nordic countries are really up in the forefront. Of course, we need to decide what are those criteria to be, world leader. But I just think that the position we already have was a very good one. But I also see that there are some problems when you're trying to get to this position where you claim that you're a leader, because there are issues both when it comes to staffing. How do you make sure that the staff is ready to take in news? How are decision makers ready? Procurers ready to take in new innovations into the existing system? There are also efficiency questions. Even if we would go with the existing services and products on the market, the load that we will get on the healthcare system because of demographic change is not going to be enough. I mean, if you have a discussion today with any of the Ministry of Health or other type of health agencies, when they make predictions, the numbers, the costs from the healthcare system, they're not going to be anymore, 6 to 7% of GDP. Back 4 years ago when I was regional manager at Sweden, I would say that, in Sweden we have the best healthcare system in the world for a moderate cost. But the moderate cost is not going to be there anymore within 5 to 10 years. All the Nordic countries are going to have a huge problem with cost rising. We will be talking maybe about 15-20% of our GDP costs. So it's not just, they need to also be efficient. It's not just good that it's innovative. Innovative is fine, but it has to be much more efficient. But I think the biggest hurdle maybe, and that has nothing to do with Sweden, has nothing to do with the Nordics. And yes, partly we see that the world that we live in has changed quite a lot. I'm talking about cybersecurity, of course. Russia's attack on Ukraine is one thing, but it's not the only thing. We see this kind of the internet breaking into smaller and smaller groupings. We see the same thing happening also between the US and Europe. So these are issues that also put some barriers. So back in 2015, when we predicted how the world would be in 2025, I don't think anyone could have predicted the war in Ukraine, or that we would have legislation in between US and Europe going in very different directions. As I said, I'll try to bring a little bit of theory, but not be too much on it. So this is Porter's 5 forces, typically kind of used when you're trying to see what is your competitive edge and what is your position in the market, and what are the forces putting. But this is something that's maybe good for a company on a traditional market. So if you look at the threat of new entrants, and often the threat of new entrants might be you guys, the startup guys, the companies who want to enter, and then there are already established players. Very seldom is there a situation where you enter a market and there's no competition. So you have the rivalry among competition already in the middle. You enter a market where there's things already happening. And you as a new entrant, you're of course a new threat. There are some barriers, but that's very typical. There are many different types of barriers. But as I said, this model helps maybe if you look at a sector where you are having some kind of, at least some part of stability. But now when we're seeing the change that we see with digitalization, we see the new innovations coming into the healthcare sector, I think this model needs to be kind of updated a little bit. And I'll try to focus mainly on these barriers of entry. So one of these is government policy. As I said, I think this is one of the things that maybe we didn't predict, but I actually think Business Sweden did do a great report of this a couple of years ago, and I think Business Finland did also a scenarios report maybe about a year ago on this, where we could have foreseen. This was pre-COVID, pre-Russian aggression, etc., where we saw that the internet and the way we think of internet as an open place, and this kind of eternal peace, and that was going to be challenged at least. So what we've seen now is that, for example, we have a much bigger cybersecurity threat coming from multiple different sources. And one thing that maybe is a big trouble, that I hear this issue coming up from Finnish companies, and I've seen Swedish MedTech, for example, lifting this up to their members, is that the legislation in the US regarding Cloud Act, for example, that's creating a lot of headache for companies in the MedTech sector. And one of the reasons for that is obviously that there are, on a national level, it doesn't rhyme well with GDPR, for example. That's one of the biggest hurdles, both when it comes to integrity and safety, because in essence, there are interpretations that say that with Cloud Act, if you have any kind of American company or any kind of company that has people employed in the US, the data is kind of at risk. And then there are others saying that no, the risk is so small, so you can ignore it. So the current situation right now is that there are different interpretations on national level. There are different interpretations on regional level, sometimes even on procurer to procurer level. And this leads to a lot of uncertainty. And uncertainty, as you guys know, is bad for business. So this is something that needs to be kind of looked into. There are reports, but as I said, this creates a lot of problems for companies who are coming with new solutions, in particular if it's cloud-based. So this is going to be kind of big red flag. Of course, there's also the European health data space, the work there, and the idea there is, of course, is to create this kind of platform where you can use data in a much more secure way. And they list both the integrity of the individual's data, the possibility to use it, but also the cybersecurity aspects of it. But with European Union, there's always a risk that, you know, when you make these policies, they're not made from the person. Let's say it doesn't bring enough of the perspective of the companies, because what we don't want to do is a legislation that hinders innovation, that hinders innovation uptake into the healthcare system. A good friend of mine, Nystrand, said that it takes about 17 years. He was the former life science coordinator of Sweden, the Swedish government. He said it takes 17 years for an innovation to be used in all of in a country, spread out, so it's kind of completely uptaken. We don't have 17 years. As I was saying previously, we have like 5 to 10 years to start cutting costs and make things better. So we have to be better at taking increasing the innovation uptake, not slower. So this is one of the things I see as a big barrier, but it can also be an opportunity. So I think the companies here speak up, make yourself heard, so that the decision makers also hear it. And it doesn't matter which countries you're coming from. This is on a European level, so please do that. Within the European health data space, they also lift up the secondary use of health data. I mean, health data is, of course, a very important part of this. And there are legislation, for example, in Finland, this was passed in 2019, where they also took in innovation as a concrete thing there, where you could also use data in a secondary purpose. But this is also something that is being investigated in Sweden. There is a report done by Nordic Innovation where they compare the different countries and they see the status. But there's also a project connected to the European content space called the TEHDAS project, where Finland is very much active, where we try to also make sure that we don't forget the company perspective. We don't want to have a European Union, which, you know, probably most of you guys have heard it. It's like the Americans innovate it, the Chinese create it, and the Europeans regulate it. That's not really what we want to be, right? We want to have European companies, Nordic companies who are strong or building, you know, the future of our healthcare system. Of course, yes, we can also have Chinese and American products, but we cannot be dependent on them. And with the legislation, I think it's going to be even harder for us to be dependent on American and Chinese products. So that's one thing. Then I just wanted to say about these kind of traditional barriers that you have. So typically, if you are you're coming with your new solutions, you will always have this kind of switching costs, and you will have unequal access to distributors. You know, you come as a small player, and you know you're entering a market where there is already existing actors, and that's already hard. But when you come with novelties, when you are coming out with an innovation, you have a much bigger disadvantage because you need to inform the customer that your solution even exists. Sometimes they might not even be aware that they actually have a need for your product. And that's always a tricky situation because sometimes they don't have it. You know, you're just making something that's, you know, there is no business value. It's a nice idea, but it's not an innovation, there's no business value. But in many cases, you might actually need to teach them, and that's definitely a big barrier. But I would also say that interaction with customers, we have to realize that when we talk about the healthcare sector, it's not like any other sector. It's a very regulated sector. It's a sector that's very much connected to public procurements. And I was asked previously, are you going to say anything about public procurements? Yes. So just before I start trashing public procurement, I mean, there is a reason why we have public procurement. Sometimes this is forgotten, especially when you talk to startups. They think public procurement, ooh, it's bad. But we have to remember that the idea here is to kind of remove monopolies, so non-discrimination, having equal treatment, and transparency in the system. This is kind of to get rid of corruption and other things. You have to remember it exists for a good reason. But it's a very rigid process. And because of that, it creates a lot of hinders for companies who wants to enter. And there has to be this idea then about professionality, like how big barriers are we creating? Because right now, the way we have public procurement, it's something that's benefiting the bigger players, the ones who have time to wait and work with the process. The smaller, especially you guys, startups guys, it's very tricky to get into that. And to one extent, you also have to remember they don't want startups too much because they want to also have security that once they buy it, you're not going to go bankrupt, within a month or two. So it is a balancing act, but I do think we need to start thinking about how do we make sure that we are not, that doesn't take 17 years for your innovation. I don't think any of you startup guys are going to be around for 17 years if you have to pay for that, to be honest. So that's definitely something that needs to be done. We need to have better ways for moving forward. And of course, this is written both on European Union law, it's written on national laws. I think there's an interesting, this is actually from the Upphandlingsmyndigheten, which is the public procurement agency in Sweden. But I think this is an interesting quote because it says that in the first part, that the procuring organization analyzes their needs. But sometimes they don't know what their needs are because they're not aware that there is. I mean, now we're going back to what is the state of the art. They might not even be aware of what possibilities that could be around the corner because they start from looking at themselves. They're not outwards looking. The second part, I think I love this one, it says that the procuring organization can contact companies and experts in the market of pushing. Can? I think they should. How can you know anything if you so this is just totally wrong in my opinion. You need to be out there. So this needs to be solved. One final thing about this here, and I actually put it here. I was initially going to take this face of somebody looking like very scared and anxious, but we have to acknowledge that a lot of people in the healthcare sector, they have this fear of talking to you. They have this fear of interaction. Again, because of good reasons. For example, in the pharmaceutical sector, there are ethical guidelines, how you should be interacting. I used to be an event manager for 3 years. And we had to always make sure that there was no doctor in the audience because we had pharmaceutical companies up here talking about stuff. Imagine that. Are you a doctor? Get out. So, but again, these rules were also made because of good reason. I mean, back in the days, I don't know if you've seen Thank You for Smoking, but there has been very nasty cases of how that interaction used to look like, and we don't want to go back to, drugs and prostitutes, etc. I'm not making this shit up. But at the same time, we cannot have a fear of interaction. That's not good for spreading knowledge and information. Yes, I'm going back to this. Why this is the bigger problem for smaller companies than the bigger ones. Obviously, it goes back to resources. In a general situation, you want to enter a new market, you want to enter a new business, there's very high needs for capital. But you have to also remember that this is getting reimbursed. I just want to put that out there. Getting reimbursed early on is very good. You need to have your paying customers, not just piloting. Pilotizing is a real thing, nasty, kills companies. You need to get reimbursed. So we need to find ways, commercial procurements, finding better ways of getting first paying customers, cash flows. I think these are essential things. I'll try to wrap it up. I'm seeing I'm talking. I love talking, by the way. You can have me for an hour if you want.
Next time.
Next time, all right. But the point here is that we need to have more innovation-friendly legislature. There are projects on these Nordic Commons, for example. We need to work on interoperability and digital health evaluation criteria. There are the Nordic Interoperability Project. NordIQ, if you haven't heard about it, great. This was presented at HIMSS in Helsinki. I know Marianne was there. But we also need culture change. There's a good example from Sweden, All-Age Hub, where they from Västra Götalands region, and they have discussions on where companies present what they're having, the municipalities are explaining what their needs are, etc. And then Care Matrix is another one led from Skåne. However, last point, this is mostly project-based. If we want real change, it has to be systematic change. We cannot do it on project-based. So, final 30 seconds. Okay, maybe I scared you, don't be scared. This is a great industry to be in. As I said, I work now for Business Finland. The growth we see in Finland is good, but it's not near as great as we see in Sweden and Denmark right now. But this whole industry is really booming. This is just an example. This is the exports from Sweden. If you actually read the details, it says that when it comes to pharmaceutical products and medtech devices, that's the second biggest export industry right now in Sweden. Second biggest. I used to be a chemist when I was studying. Back in those days, everything was just crashing. Now we have a new gold age, or a silver age at least. And all this data is also on the homepage of LIF. So this is the pharmaceutical companies organization. So bright future, some dark clouds, but let's do this.
Questions?
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I loved listening. In terms of the TNS project, I followed it actually. They talked about educating the population for the European healthcare space. Do you know actually if this is going to be sort of planned by the European Commission in there?
Well, I hope to know soon, because I think, for example, that Sweden will be chairing the European Union, taking the chair role during the spring. These issues are definitely on the agenda. So I think this is areas where we should have a look and say, and also make sure that we get those questions in. So the TNS project, as I said, it's a great project, but in the end, what matters is what the decisions are made on the European level. So I think this is an area where we should, maybe all our export promoting organizations, but also other stakeholders, should keep a watch to make sure that the conclusions made from the TNS projects are also made reality, implemented.
Can I just add one thing?
Go ahead.
Can you also make sure the medical doctors are digital educated?
Very good, yes, bravo. That was the staffing issue, I agree. Yes.
That has happened for years and years in San Diego, I can tell you, so we're a bit behind there. Any other questions?
I think actually the public procurement is actually quite excellent for startup companies because that's opening up the possibilities. So, but one challenge is actually in the scouting, to find these procurements because it's a quite complicated system to scout within. So that's the Nordic HealthTech might help. But also not be afraid to send in your application, even though you haven't done this randomized controlled trial, because the reply back can actually be that it's not necessary or it's something else that's lacking in your case. So I think there's maybe too few applicants in this procurement because you're afraid of applicant, and usually my experience is that when the public procurement, they usually go for these big vendors. Philips, Telia, but truthfully, their cases and their, are not always better than the startup. But they have, of course, maybe a better, sustainability. They are there for a longer time. I don't know, but I'm just saying, don't be afraid to try.
If you have the resources, I would add. So, yes, I agree. Public procurement is very important. I mean, it's when we look at the deals made, they're actually the biggest. That's where you have the big business. But for a startup company, it's very seldom you have the knowledge of how to have. They seldom have the resources. So, in those cases, actually, there are sometimes even possibilities that you can get funding to have a consultant, an expert, helping you with public procurements. We do that, for example. I'm pretty sure some of the regions do that as well. But we should not, there is a good reason why startups are not applying for sending tenders to public procurement.
Hi, Carl from Malmö University, Sweden. Thank you for the talk. To what extent do you view other sort of external organizations, such as the universities of the different countries, as having a role in perhaps mediating between the doctors being scared of the companies, and the companies perhaps not always coming into the clinical research and clinical practice projects otherwise?
I think they're an important role. I mean, academia definitely can act like as a bridge, and it makes it, let's say it de-scares the doctors, if we can say so, because it gives some legitimacy of why you're involved in it. But at the same time, as having a background in academic research, the timelines are very different. So I agree with you, yes, I think academia can act as a catalyst in some cases, but we also have to think that, so one of the biggest changes, and now I'll get very personal, but if you try to move between industries, is that the pace, if you think the academic pace, we're talking about years, the normal per year, it's a fast project if it's like a couple of years. In industry, you're talking about maybe months. Academics, they live week by week quite often. I mean startups, sorry. So if you work with startups, it's on week-to-week basis. So the speed you need to have is very different. I think that sometimes creates this kind of cultural clash when you're talking.
And I have a question regarding the procurement and the level of money. So for a startup, you also can go for a bit smaller and municipalities instead, because then you have the 700,000 crowns level, so you can sort of try out and do your trial for the first sales in the municipalities instead of going for the big bucks.
Yes, and that's why I said these kind of things like Knowledge Hub and other initiatives are great because we're getting introduced. But just for clarification, and again, I'm not trashing public procurement, I'm just putting the issue up that imagine that you are a startup company. How many municipalities do you think there are in Sweden? 290? 90? It's about the same in Finland. And in some cases, I think Norway is like 500, I've heard. So where do you start? It is quite a big job to find, first of all, finding the right contacts, finding the right applications, or what has been published, and it creates this kind of big maze where you start kind of pulling and trying to figure out. And often, to be honest, I mean, I work for government agencies. Public agencies and public people in the world are quite slow in responding, so you need to kind of chase them down.
And I think a lot of the incubators in Sweden are really good at this, so they can support.
I'd like to add something. If there are no more, you have several more questions.
Thanks, Nima. What do you think about, because you talked about procurement and you need to go through procurement, but also do you see the public customers as an opportunity as well, so they could do direct purchase from you if you have a unique solution and they have a need, maybe you have been informing them, and then not go for a pilot, but to go over that procurement level to make sure that it's unique right now. They can do their homework to check that there's no competing solutions, and they can actually buy it directly from you.
Very good question. So first of all, I'd like to say that if you're going to be active in the healthcare sector, you will have to do public procurement. That's where in the end of the day, that's where the money is. So you cannot avoid it at all, and that's not what I'm trying to say either, that you should not do it. And like you said, you need to have a strategy, and there are good situations where you can do public procurement. It can be very beneficial for you, and there are good examples of that as well when it comes to companies. My main point is that you need to have your strategy straight. You need to know why are you doing that, what is the next step, because otherwise you have a lot of companies who just get stuck in there trying to look for doing pilots, and that's the fear that you see in a lot of tech companies, that they don't grow. We have an issue in companies not growing fast enough. So I think there was one more. Did I answer it?
Yeah, thanks.
Is it on? I just want to add that there's one thing that you can do with public procurement, even if your startup doesn't actually qualify, like ours didn't. We weren't supposed to have won the tender that we won a few weeks ago, but you can actually partner up with a trusted actor in the field. It can even be a consultancy company who knows like next to nothing about what's actually being asked for by the organization offering or putting out the tender, and then put their face on it and agree that in reality you will do basically everything. And then you win.
I would like to add 3 things actually. So we're kicking off the next 3-year period of HealthTech Nordic in October. Nima will be on board as one of the associated partners. But what we've been talking about here is also there's a difference between laws and attitudes. And when it comes to public procurement, for instance, it's a lot of tradition in how you procure. That doesn't have any legal bottom at all. You can actually do a lot as a procurer. That's one thing. So the attitude, how you used to work, maybe not be written in stone. It's not a physical law. And the other thing is when it comes to data and Cloud Act and things like that, it's also a matter of how afraid you are. And maybe that can be solved. And the third thing was something that I've forgotten. Anyway, in the next project, we will have a pan-Nordic collaboration where we will pick out those procurement departments, for instance, or doctors and others that are early adopters and that wants to do something, you know? Those who dare procuring in a different way. We'll pick them out together with you guys, and we'll start showcasing them to others on a pan-Nordic level. So helping this, so a hospital, for instance, buying in Oslo, I know Odd Arild here is very active in the Oslo University Hospital. If they do something and they learn about the Cloud Act or the procurement they did for this health tech thing, then they can meet with other university hospitals and feel like, oh, you did this. So we're trying to share things on a Nordic level. Yes?
Yes, I agree with you on that. Now we can get moving.
Okay.
To add about the procurers, they need to be bold and they need more knowledge, so we can help them with that.
Yes, exactly. But they aren't. It is like early adopters. They're very few, but they're everywhere. Let's find them and let's help each other. And use the QR code now if you want to be part of, discussing how we can act on this onwards. Use the QR code now and sign up, and we'll organize something after this conference, right?
So I'm in power, Marianne.
Yes, you
are. Okay, so now we're going to avoid the valley of death when it comes to not to startups, but for you to be engaged. So now we're going to listen to Andreas Dahn. How to become market leaders using co-creation.
Thank you. You can all hear me, right? Yes, perfect. So thanks a lot for inviting me to come here today. I hope you had a good conference so far. I'm Andreas. I'm the CEO and founder of Dahn. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. I'm also an engineer by profession from computer science. But what I quickly realized when going outside the university is not so much about the great software, the great technology. It's more about how we meet with our end users, how we meet the market. So I hope I can inspire you a little bit today about our journey with co-creation. And I hope we'll also have a bit of time in the end for any questions you may have. So I will talk a little bit from one of our solutions within rheumatoid arthritis. For those of you that hopefully don't know about this disease, it's a joint disease due to some problems in your immune system where it attacks your own body and your joints. First, a little bit on the background to who we are. We are a digital healthcare innovator. We see ourselves as not just somebody coming to the market with innovative solutions, but also establishing these innovative partnerships. So often we put together many different stakeholders in the room. That can be players in the pharmaceutical industry, it can be patient organization, patients, it can be healthcare professionals, payers, all the important stakeholders in this quite complex ecosystem. And we also have a general belief in that innovation does not happen by a disruption overnight like this in healthcare. So we believe a lot in this partnering up to drive innovation in healthcare. We have established a platform called HealthBuddy, which is a digital health platform. I'm sure many of you are also inventing, developing very, very advanced future technologies. We have a number of different disease-specific services running on the platform, and the one that have most traction until now is called RumourBuddy, and that's the one I will speak a little bit to from today. I think first of all, it's important to understand that I met a lot of people with diseases, and you know, none of them were like, woohoo! Now I got this diagnosis. It's very, very few that would say, yes, one more diagnosis to add to my CV, to my health CV, right? So all what we do, whether we are in pharma, in medtech, what we do, that's only means on a journey towards living the life that you really want to live. And unfortunately, we, in my company and in a lot of companies, startups, big corporations, we tend to design from inside out and not from an outside-in perspective. Another thing I would like to bring up is this number here. And actually, when you see this number and a lot of apps, I would ask you, what does this number say something about, or what is this 600,000? Any guesses? Yeah.
Number of health apps.
Number of health apps. It's a good guess. I think we are not there yet, but we are getting close to it. Yes.
Number of health apps that have less than 10 doctors.
Now we're getting there. Now we're getting there. It's actually really, so this is all apps with 0 downloads. Ladies and gentlemen, 600,000 startups put their effort into doing an amazing app. And I think we can all conclude that they made no impact at all. You know? A lot of sweat, money, you know, was really hardly invested into this with no return. 0. Yeah? So that's why I'm really happy to speak about co-creation. I will take this example of this case we have. But I really think that we should really consider our methodology when we innovate. And co-creation is a method for user-driven innovation, where you actually you put your users at the very center of your design process, and not just involve them in or ask them questions, hey, do you like this? What about this feature? They become really instrumental in your design process. That's when you truly apply co-creation. So this journey started out not with the intention to develop an app or to do any digital thing, but just starting to understand. And we started out with 12, this is Rikke, and we started out with her and 11 other young people with RA, and we started just being curious. How is everyday life? And you know what came up? These guys and girls are young, so they had a lot of struggles with moving from home to living on your own, starting at university, getting a family, all of those normal things of transitioning from being young to an adult. But we especially listened for what about things related to your disease. And we facilitated this in a co-creation way. So actually the groups, the young patients, they themselves were guided also to come up with solutions. And you see here Rikke and her group representing, and I know the iPhone screens changed a lot since then, because this is back in 2014. So it's quite some years back. But they really pointed towards they need some digital solution to help them. What we identified during these workshops and also confirmed with some doctors were 3 overall needs. First of all, to understand your own disease and understand how it impacts your life, and also vice versa, any of your lifestyle, how does that impact your disease? And it's not that these people are not really clever. They're really clever and they thought a lot about their disease, but it's so complex. And this, I should also say, this disease, it's a chronic disease, and it's characterized by having flare-ups from time to time. So you can actually live quite good periods with nearly no signs of your disease, and then suddenly it can just smash you in your head again. You wake up one morning and you feel really bad because of a flare-up. The second need we identified is that when these people, they go and see the doctor, the first question the doctor will ask you is, how are you doing? How have you been? And they really struggle to answer in a good way. Because who can remember actually what happened during the last 3 or 6 months? And our brains, they are really smart here. Because all the horrible things that happens to us, we forget about it. Because otherwise we couldn't really be in ourselves, right? So helping these patients have a good mirror on themselves and being able to give that good view to the doctor as well was the second need. And the third need we identified is that when this disease is bad on you, you also psychologically, mentally, you're really down in the basement. You maybe physically you have to stay at home, and it can have a huge mental side as well. Based on this, we went back in our team, in our design team, and we then came up with this concept, which you could say overall is about empowerment. It's about self-management. How can you yourself move from sitting in the backside of your car and expecting your doctor and the nurse and so on to fix you, to sitting in front, having the steering wheel yourself and taking responsibility of your situation with the disease. So the concept of rumor body is a lot about helping getting you that good mirror on yourself. It's about meeting with peers. We have a micro community, peer-to-peer interaction. We all know that from social media. This is just in a small, close group. And then we also facilitate how can you as a patient be more professional when you walk into the hospital, into the clinic, and have a meeting with your doctor. Because often there's very little time in that meeting, and it doesn't happen that often when you are in this kind of chronic, stable period at least. So it's very important that you have prepared what is important for you to bring on the agenda. And it's important that you can quickly give the answers to the doctor that he needs to put into the journal, because otherwise all the time will be spent on the doctor trying to interview and get these answers. We also collect a lot of data, and we've been doing that for years. So we use that, of course, to improve the core product, you could say. What we have done now is to work on more advanced algorithms using machine learning and deep learning, so we can give some insights back to the patients on a silver plate. We're also using this data as part of our commercialization, so we actually take some of these anonymized patient data and sell them to pharma and to research institutes. I want to take you through a little bit on the journey in terms of the user interface, and it's just to give you one idea of how we came from, let's say, nothing to the point where we are today. So this is actually the first screen, the first way it looked in Rumor Body. It wasn't actually programmed yet. These were just mock-ups. I was actually quite involved myself with our UXs back then, and I thought this looks really, really good. And you sort of had everything just in one screen. And then we brought it to the users, and they were not as positive as we were in the team. Actually, they said completely, this cannot work to us. Because you know what? Often we have problems in our joints, in our fingers. And having to precisely tap on the screen like that, it's not going to fly. Okay, so back again in the team, and we did a complete redesign. Then we came up with this, which is using more of sliding functionality, so you can place your fingers on your screen and you more slide. We brought that back again, and they said, yeah, that's much better for interaction. But this looks like I'm in the hospital. I don't want that kind of clinic appeal to me. So back again, and then we applied some more, gamified elements. We attached these emojis and we put some coloring on. And we had that out for a very long time, and it worked really well. And we dig deeper, how can we improve this even further? And that's when it started to look like this. And that's not so clear from this screen here, but actually you can see maybe a small add remove button at the top. So here we allowed a higher level of personalization by the user himself. So actually being able to choose himself, which criteria do I want to measure? What is important for me in my disease? And then what we have just very recently launched in June is what I just mentioned, that we are now able to find some patterns in users' own data. So again, we ask users, what are they especially concerned or worried or interested about? For some patients, it's pain, and how can I reduce my pain? So we're trying to find patterns, what seems to give the patient the lowest level of pain. In other cases, it can be fatigue. So what can you do to avoid a high level of fatigue, which can be very invalidating for living social life, having a job, and so on. So that was just to show you a bit on the journey, how we iterated just on the user interface. We are today in most of the European markets, and we are serving a little bit more than 22,000 patients. We still have a long way to go, and that's also important to say. We were also very lucky back already in 2015 to receive some awards from the European League Against Rheumatism. And that's the kind of dedicated umbrella organization to deal with rheumatic diseases in Europe. And I think this endorsement has also really helped us along the way to have like a blue stamp from a very respected organization within this disease area. We are currently in a couple of projects to advance Rheumabody. Our overall vision, just to say that, that's we want to help 10 million people with chronic conditions live as good alive as if they didn't have their disease. So it's a lot about improving quality of life. It's not about curing. It's not about taking away the disease. We leave that for maybe some of you to manage that, or for other players. But really, how can you live a good life despite that you have this chronic condition? Our next thing is we're starting some clinical trials, but I think more interesting now, we are starting on a track that's called precision medicine or precision health, which is a lot about how can we match treatment and patients better. Because within this disease area, it's still, and I don't know if there are any rheumatologists in the room that I provoke a little bit, but it's still very characterized by trial and error when we start with medicine for these patients. So we would like to do a more intelligent matchmaking, you could say, between treatment and patient. Yes, so that was actually all I had. I'm really happy to link up. And also, if you're interested in reading a bit more about code creation and how we have, formed our methodology around code creation, you can go and download this white paper we have. Yes, thank you.
All these are out of order right now.
you for your presentation. It was very nice. A very simple question. Who pays that?
Yes, good question. I think, isn't that the elephant in the room here somehow? Who pays for this, right? So to us, for instance, Rumor Body is still an investment case. And we are still looking into, so I can tell you how we funded the journey until now, and then I can maybe give my perspective on how we look at the future, right? So until now, we funded it primarily with funding from pharma companies. We have also used what we call soft funding projects. So for instance, right now, we are part of 2 EU projects, and we have 1 project running funded by the Innovation Fund here in Denmark. And then we have profits from our, let's say, agency business. So it's those 3 pillars that are currently funding our journey. And I think we have been fortunate to be able to make some nice agreements with pharma, because we have worked with pharma for many years, and we know pharma is not just pharma and a big bank account waiting to hand out money. We really know where in pharma's journey can we tap in and add value to them as clients. So, for instance, I think it was last year, the year before, we signed a global agreement with a big American pharmaceutical called Gilead. So they are not only actually coming with money to us, the strong part is that they are also helping us in the go-to-market. Because we are just a small team here in Copenhagen, so we don't have people visiting doctors in Spain, in Germany, elsewhere. And here we use also these partnerships to drive that. Then, looking ahead, we are quite a lot exploring. I think pharma is one revenue channel to us, but also app reimbursement programs are interesting to see. They haven't really had so much traction until now, but there are some countries where the systems are in place. So we're kind of monitoring whether that route can be sort of in a longer term revenue. And I really, really believe that healthcare payers should pay for these services. We are also on a journey towards this digital therapeutics, and I really hope we will see also business models maturing more in our payer system in the future.
Hi, thanks for a great presentation. I'm curious, as a startup, early stage startup, what was the journey towards reaching those 22,000 patients or users? You've talked a little bit about partnerships, but has it been through the individual user, ambassadors? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So, like I just mentioned, we used pharma's, let's say, sales on the ground, field force, to help us drive the uptake, and that's actually the best uptake is when the doctors and nurses endorse the product and give it to the patients. Then what we've also done is that we have partnerships with most patient organizations in each country. So we have some materials, marketing packages, and we give it to them. And then they tailor it to their branding and use it in their channels. So that's also been a quite successful channel for us to acquire patients, you could say, on the product.
Yeah.
Thank you. Paladale, working at AstraZeneca. I noted your point about assisting in the treatment decision for the patient. That's very interesting, and I think that also goes with a huge interest of the healthcare practitioner. How do you see the digital tool actually assisting in the treatment choice?
Good point. So I think in general the way we look at it is that there's a macro transition going on in our healthcare system, what we've seen in other industries in terms of consumerization, that me as an end user, like my banking stuff, my money stuff, I don't just tell my bank advisor to make decisions on my behalf, right? So this empowerment thing is also going on in healthcare. And here, shared decision making is certainly a very important topic. And I think, again, it's not a quick fix, but we try from patient side, how can you be the good expert in living a life with this disease? And how can you recognize your doctor being the medical expert? So this is sort of our take on how we try to support that. What is also seen in some diseases is that patients are delayed very much until getting to the right treatment. And that can be a matter of the patient not articulating well enough that this is my life. I still, how to say, struggle due to my disease not being treated well enough. Or I struggle because of side effects. The more clear you are in your articulation, then the doctor can see, do I have better choices on myself to offer the patient? And in the other end, we also see patients being switched away from treatment, but it's actually not the treatment that's the problem. It's other factors. So these are some of the areas where we try to see how can we support that.
Please keep talking to each other and register on the QR code if you want to further this discussion after the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, so now we have Jesper Grönbeck, the fantastic founder of Health Tech Hub Copenhagen, coming up on the future of digital health reimbursement. Now that we all like to know.
I'm Jesper, and I'm here to talk to you about the reimbursement. Is it better now? Yes. Why is reimbursement important? I believe reimbursement is important for many reasons, but I think there's three major reasons. First of all, I think the patients need reimbursement, because basically we have patients, as we've seen this morning, who really need better solutions. We need to have, patients need some of these solutions that all of you develop and some of our colleagues develop. So that's the main reasons. Patients need it, but also obviously you as startups need it as well, because you need to have sales channels and distribution channels, and reimbursement is one way of that. And then I think the last group that needs reimbursement is the healthcare workers. We're facing, we also heard a little bit about it earlier today, we're facing a world where healthcare workers are burned out. We don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough doctors. So basically, we are facing a world where patients and relatives need health solutions to cater for the needs, so the healthcare workers can cope with all the pressure that's on. A little bit about us, just 2 slides. Who are we? I'm from Health Tech Hub Copenhagen. We are an innovation hub. We work with startups, we work with governments, we work with patient organizations, and we do it because we believe that everybody should have access to good health, and across the world as well. In Denmark, we are mapping the entire health tech ecosystem. So we know there's around 250 startups in Denmark. We know most of them by name. We met with most of them. We track all of them every time they're in the press. We know what type of disease area they work in, what sub-disease area they work in. We know how many employees they have, how much investment they have, how much evidence they have, and so on. So we're very, very close to the ecosystem. And we try to do many events, such as this and others, where we invite everybody in, and we have also had Friday bars every Friday, last Friday of the month, where all of you are welcome as well, in House of Glass in Copenhagen. where we try to invite the entire ecosystem in. But we also work with some of our members, and we call it our members, which are like the 28 startups that we believe are some of the highest quality startup that has the highest chances of success. Because even though they have been a startup for 5 years in this space, many of them still need help. Our time is our most limited resource, so we work with these 28 startups on a one-to-one basis with. We try to help them into hospitals first to get their products tested, clinical validated, to gain evidence. We help them get funding. We spend a lot of time on this these days. We also help them go international. We help them with the home market traction and many talent attraction and many other things. But reimbursement, that's the key. So what is happening in reimbursement area? You know, luckily, there are, you can say, luckily / unlucky. Unlucky for the Nordic region, that they are, but still good for us. And I'm using these examples because I think we need to have, all of us at least, among friends, we need these examples to tell our politicians, our stakeholders, what is happening in the rest of the world. Because sometimes, at least in Denmark, where I know the politicians mostly, there's a feeling that, hey, we're doing so great in Scandinavia. Hey, we have electronic health records. We're doing really great. And then I'm telling them about what's happening in Germany. And then they're like, oh, I saw they send faxes in Germany. Yes, they do send faxes in Germany still. But they are actually also the most advanced country in terms of digital health reimbursement. And most people don't know that. So I think, you know, today I would like to just tell you a little bit about what's happening around the world, so you can tell the stakeholders you meet that we're actually behind in the Nordics. And this is a serious problem for all the groups I just spoke about before. First of all, in the US, that's where we see the highest valuations. We see very big valuations, as I think all of you know. And one of the reasons we see so high valuations and so big investments are that the US private sector, the insurance companies are reimbursing. They're using digital health technologies to actually treat their patients. So startups in the US actually have a sales and distribution channel, which is much better than most European startups have. Then in the UK as well. UK has been, most of you know NHS, the National Health Service, and they've had, for quite a few years, they've had these disease-specific programs, which I think they're doing very well. They do it around diabetes. We have one of our startups, actually two of our startups are including the diabetes programs, which is really good. Kjäll HealthTech is one of them. But we also have, just recently, in June, they basically said, the public authorities said to all the GPs, from now on, every time you have a patient that is having insomnia, as we saw about this morning, your first choice as a GP is to ordinate a sleep app. So all doctors in the UK has to ordinate a sleep app before they ordinate medicine. And I think that's a paradigm shift we do want to see also in Scandinavia as well. Obviously, in Germany, as most of you here in this room know, they have led the way, I think, in Europe. They have implemented DiGA, the German process where GPs in Germany and health insurance companies have a positive list, if you can say an approved list of, I think last time I checked, which was a month ago, I think there was 31 apps, solutions that were recognized and fully reimbursed. 31 apps, solutions. That's quite well. They have a very structured process of how to be approved, and how the whole process is. And they're very open about it. And I think that's the initiative which I believe is right now is the best in Europe. France is luckily copying it, but they're even copying. That actually Macron have even said I think it was in autumn last year. He said, "Hey, we want to copy the German system, but we even want to do it better." Because they've allocated significantly more funds to it. They've learned from Germany. Germany have actually I've met with the German DiGA people several times, and they're very open about their mistakes as well. Because one of the mistakes, for example, they've done is that they didn't allocate any money to educate the GPs, which is crazy, because we're talking about a group of people who are not that open, maybe. So basically what they've done in France is they've allocated 80 million euros to educate the GPs in why is digital medicine now at a point where it's equivalent to medicine, you know, or sometimes it can be ordered instead of medicine, sometimes together with medicine. Why are we as GPs need to basically understand this whole new category of solutions? That's one of the things that France has done much better. In the Nordics, we're behind. I think that's the bottom line. Luckily, we do have, the Nordic ministries have done something called Nordic, somebody mentioned it before as well. And I think it's great. You know, I think it's good that we have this vision, we want to do something in the Nordics, but one of the things I don't like about it is it says 2030. Yeah. That's eternity from now. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think any of you startups can wait for that. You know. So basically, you know, this is not fast enough. So one of my calls to all of you as well is that we need to change this. You know, we need to change this. We need to do it much faster in each of our countries, and we need to put pressure on all the relevant stakeholders. So maybe I'll just do this first. Yes, I think we, as people who have an interest, most of you are startups, some from corporates, pharma as well, we need to put pressure on the stakeholders. One of the things that we have done, our organization has spent the last 2 years influencing the Ministry of Health, influencing the FDA of Denmark, influencing all the local politicians, all the health politicians, influencing the hospitals, the regions, the GPs associations. All of these things, we've spent a lot of time speaking to these people, finding evidence, showing them, hey, this is what's happening in Germany, this is what's happening in France, this is what's happening in the US. You know, we cannot be satisfied with what we're doing. So please, my call to you, if you're not from Denmark, and if you are from Denmark and have good stories, come and talk to us. But if you are from Sweden and Norway or wherever you're from, do the same. You know, because we need pressure on our stakeholders. Otherwise, it will go too slow. But before that as well, you know, so obviously, you know, you can sit here and wait and say, hey, yeah, I'm waiting for reimbursement, and nothing is, we can do nothing here. But obviously, you need to have local traction, and the more local traction you have, the better it is. So please go and don't wait for reimbursement to happen, you know, but go sell your solution. Go sell your solutions to whoever stakeholders are there. If it's insurance companies, private users, hospitals, big corporates, pharma, whoever has a need for your solution and can see a willingness to pay for your solution, please do that. Then as well, I believe also, and I think this is something that I've learned as well now, because we're helping many of our startups raise money at the moment. And raising money in this capital market is more difficult than ever. So I'm also just encouraging all of you who are raising money and are doing business plans to raise more than you expected. Because also in the future, I believe, you know, with this, you know, building health tech solutions will be more time consuming. You know, it will be more expensive and be more complex. Because we need, because basically the barriers of if you need to be reimbursed, if you need to live up to regulations, it's just more expensive. It's more difficult. So please, you know, think about that when you do your planning, and think about it when you do your investor talks as well. This is not going to be as easy as it was a few years ago. Also, as a startup, while you wait as well, if you can say, obviously you need to take time to certify your products here, because certification is the way forward as well. There will be certification, whatever rules Denmark, Sweden, Norway, whoever decides on, and obviously we try to lobby for have common rules across Europe, because it would be absolutely stupid to have certain rules in Denmark, certain rules in Sweden or Norway, and then other rules in Germany and France. That's insane. But that might happen if we don't do anything. You know? So we should all lobby to have common rules. But even before that, you know, we know that CE marking, we know that MDR regulations are there to stay. So, you know, get ready for that and invest in that and start that journey as soon as you can. And somebody else mentioned cybersecurity as well. I think this is an overlooked area as well. And that will be a requirement in the future as well. So please think of cybersecurity when you design your product. Especially, I heard that there's a young startup here. When you start your product, you know, that's not what you think of, but I think you should think about it much earlier than most startups do. Then obviously GDPR, but also clinical evidence is key and will be key and will be even more key. And then I think the last point economic evidence is always important as well, as we talked about. But I think there's a new thing as well that when we speak to stakeholders in the industry, workforce efficiency. Because basically everybody, at least in our market, have realized we will never get the nurses we need. We'll never get the home care staff we need. We'll never get the doctors we need. So basically everybody, right now, the highest willingness to pay is for solutions that take us away effort from these groups of employees. So if you can document that you can save X nurses' time, X home care staff's time, then you're in a very good position. My last slide is that I would love all of us, to spread the message. You know, we all know in all our respective healthcare systems that there has been many failed IT implementations, many IT systems that has gone wrong, many EPJ systems that people hate, doctors and nurses hate, because they're not adding value to their daily work, and they were implemented in a bad way. So I think we as a community also have an obligation to change this thing and say, hey, here's a health tech solution that actually helps lots of clients, helps lots of users, helps lots of staff. And if you meet them, if you create them, or your colleague create them, or you meet one as a patient or relatives, share that message, share it on social media. And we've created this health hashtag ourselves that we say health tech works, because we basically just want to tell these stories, because I think we need to change the perception of health tech, because maybe people in this room knows that what health tech can do and saw all the great results, but there's way too many people outside the system that doesn't have these experiences. So that's my call to action to you guys. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, yes.
I think I have 5 minutes for questions.
Anders from NordIQ is not here, but if he was, he'd like to correct. So you said what you don't like about NordIQ is that it's targeting 2030. But Anders' key message was when he launched NordIQ in HIMSS Europe this year, and it is available to be adopted since June 2020. And really the key message is for all the Nordic countries to adopt this one certification platform rather than coming up with their own certification criteria, each country by themselves. So, okay, 2030 is a bit far away, but that's really the vision when the Nordics are the most connected area, and NordIQ is available since June 2020.
Okay. But then that's fantastic, it's available, but I think the key then is to get the governments to commit to it, and do it, implement it locally, and that's the challenge. And that's what we need. That's what we need to help each other.
And the 80 million euros to educate the doctors using it.
Yes, and grant the money to do that. Allocate the money. Any other comments, questions?
Hi, Rasmus. I just was wondering, you mentioned workforce efficiency as one of the strengths you have as a newcomer in the health tech, but where I'm sitting, I don't really see it as a selling point. I don't see companies actually making headway, having that as a value proposition. Where have you seen that?
Very recently, I had a meeting with the head of procurement of the capital region. Basically the guy who buys most health in Denmark. And his #1 criteria was, how can I save labor force? We don't have enough labor force. That's his #1 criteria. And we see it more and more, and we will see it even more in the future. Thank you.
You mentioned you had 22 companies from Health Tech Hub. So do you only support 22 companies or more? From Denmark, at least?
Yeah. No, the 28, we have 28 members now, which we would support on a one-to-one basis with. Of these, 5 of them are international, so we also, if you live in Sweden or Norway and want to be part of the Danish market, you can also welcome to contact us. So we also have international members, but we also we do feel that we do support the ecosystem. So for example, all the lobbying we do with the ministries of health and FDA and so on, that's supporting the entire ecosystem. So we do many activities that hopefully will support everybody. But we only work one-to-one with these 28 right now.
Right, and I'd just like to continue the question about efficiency. So Hans Winberg, who's the CEO of Leading Healthcare, which is a think tank in Stockholm, they used to show that there are typically in healthcare 4 different core values, where there is like innovative, that needs to be innovative, high quality, available, and efficient. And so I mean, in ways of saving costs. But I agree with the point that you were making, that if you look at the coming 5 to 10 years, it's the efficiency parameter that's going to be the most important one. And it's just down to like economics, and you really need to show this. That before maybe you could say that it's improved quality or more innovative, etc. But it's going to be hard to sell purely on that. So it needs to be efficient. I strongly support you in that claim.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Very inspiring speech. Can you give me like a more concrete example about put pressure on our stakeholders? I really love this idea and I would be part of it, but it's kind of a struggle because at least in Sweden there are so many ideas and prejudices to the private sector, and we are kind of in an addictive position to like the more traditional public sector as well. So I mean, we have to think about what to say and how to say.
That's a great question. I can give some examples of what we do in Denmark. And maybe, so basically, first, I think basically the first thing, every time I meet a politician, every time I meet somebody, I tell them about DIGA, Do you know what's happening in Germany? And most of them say, no, I have no clue, Wow, so in Germany you can get automated apps paid for, That's a mind-blowing thing for most people. So basically just telling the stories, what's happening in other countries, is a very good thing to everybody who you know. But also, as I said as well, the very lowest point is that we need to change the perception of health tech as something, in Germany they call it digital medicine, and I actually really like the if your product is in that area, because obviously there are areas that are workforce enhancements or other things, but if you're a digital therapeutics type of product, I really like the word digital medicine, because that's connotations to medicine, and most people understand medicine, most people understand that it has to be regulated, most people understand that it's something that the GP ordinate. So I think talking about digital medicine is also another way to do it. And I think then speaking to, unions, politicians, other people about, hey, this is happening in other markets. Hey, we know that in our country, so many people don't have access to psychiatry. So many people are obese. So many people live with these diseases, and nobody can deal with these problems. Everybody realizes that there are a lot of problems, and obviously health tech is part of that solution. It's not the only part of the solution, but it's part of that solution. I think we need to speak more about that and give examples where it works.
Thank you so much. We need to cut it there.
Yes.
Thank you, Jesper. We're up for a panel that will be moderated by Mette Smith Thastum. Is that the right pronunciation? Where are you? There you are. You're a special advisor on health tech policy and market issues, right? And you formerly worked at Danish Industry, and you have a mixed background of public and private activities, right? And soon you will be speaking as well. And you will introduce the rest of the panel? Okay.
Okay. I guess I'm here. You can hear me? The sound is okay? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you. Now we're gonna use the next 20 minutes on
on finding out how to overcome these hurdles we've been talking about all this. So 20 minutes and we'll have the whole solution. In order to do that, we have 3 brave panelists. So I would very much like to welcome Kjäll, Health Tech Lead, Tech Sweden, a confederation of tech industry, 1,400 members. Peter, come up here. Please give them a warm welcome. And Valentin Bejan from Health Tech Hub Copenhagen, Chief Innovation Officer, co-founder. Last but not least, Mikael, Rinnetmäki, founder of Finnish startup Sensotrend. Oh, why? Yeah? Just to begin, I'm just going to come here. Okay, before we begin on overcoming all these hurdles, please tell me, each one of you, shortly and concise, why are you sitting here? How and what do you know about hurdles? And why? Wow.
Can I start?
Yeah, where do you come from?
I'm a Health Tech Lead at TechSverige, which is a branch in the enterprise organization in Sweden, representing the private sector, basically the whole tech branch. But before that, I've been quite active in the innovation ecosystem coupled to health tech and healthcare in Sweden. And through my time, for example, at Research Institutes of Sweden as an innovation manager there for eHealth Digital Health, I put so many innovation projects on the project cemetery. And so I exactly know the difficulties, both for small and medium-sized enterprises, but also the hurdles that the public sector have to handling this, to handling innovation. So basically, this is my background.
Thank you.
Into this.
Thank you very much, Mikael.
Startup founder, Sensotrend was founded in 2014, still struggling to create any revenue, really frustrated and really wanting to vent out and ask me in your opinion.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Valentin.
Yeah, I couldn't have hoped for a better introduction than the one that Jesper
exactly.
before this. Purpose for being for the Health Tech Hub Copenhagen is to remove some of these hurdles as well. Some that I experienced also from the other side when I worked for a group of mental health clinics, and I was the head of innovation there.
Thank you so much. We are gonna start out with picking some easy wins. So the easy hurdles, if we're gonna call them the easy wins. And I would just like to read up from the invitation for today's conference, because actually it says, the moonshot for today is for us all to leave the conference with a game plan that actually leads to smarter healthcare systems and tells us what needs to be done in order to get there. So, each and one of you, I would like you to pick one hurdle realistically broken in 12 months.
Fixed in 12 months. Realistically broken right now and fixed in 12 months.
Well, okay. Well, fixed and broken. Broken and fixed. I don't know. Peter?
Should I start?
Yeah, please do.
The easy ones are actually the ones we just talked about. Nima started out very much so around procurement. And Jesper finished off to the reimbursement issues. These are highly coupled, of course, to the revenue, to the SMEs within this domain to actually make revenue. It's really essential. And with that, we need to work really hard with policy and working with the public sector so they realize the true value of health tech. They need to change the way they procure, but not only, that's why I picked this as an easy hurdle, because we don't need to change legislation, we need to change culture of the procure organization. We also need to have parts of the public sector to look into possible reimbursements and utilizing the system they have at hand to the fullest. Not only, so you can speak to head of a region, for example, when you come to home monitoring system, and they just say, well, we don't have that column in our budget Excel sheet, so sorry. You need to be more innovative around how you reimburse, how you include services in already set reimbursement models, and within that system you can progressively also change that, because we need to change, otherwise it won't happen. But I think starting with procurement, I think we have a winner within the 12 months, if we want to.
Yeah, and then I'll just have to, please, also you, all three of you, starting with procurement, but again, how? How are we gonna change? How are we gonna make this culture change? Because speaking of experience, at least in Danish situation, the culture is strong and not in our favor. So I'm just still, it's just a hurdle within 12 months. How are we going to do it? I guess Marianne's point at some point was the gathering of the procurers around in both Norway, Sweden, in the Nordics, who actually is trying to change the culture and maybe has changed. That is one easy pick, maybe. Is there other ways to change this culture?
My easy recipe for this is the Resilience and Recovery Fund and Resilience and Recovery plans of each of the Nordic countries. Sweden had something like 800 million, Denmark 1.2 million, Finland 2.1 billion. And so from each of these countries we could allocate 100 million for healthcare organizations to adopt and procure systems and solutions from small and medium-sized companies.
Please do.
Yes. Totally within reach, within 12 months. We just need to say that this is the right way. It's not the majority of the money, it's just 100 million per country, and it needs to be used for this. And it's already in all of the plans. They talk of healthcare and digitalization, and we just say this is the actual mechanism that we use.
Great. Okay, thank you. Is there other ways to change this culture?
There is, if we're looking at culture change, procurement is an area of that puts risk ahead of everything else. And there's a saying that is a global saying that nobody ever got fired by hiring IBM, right? In healthcare, maybe nobody ever gets fired for procuring a stethoscope or an MRI. This is a new area. Health tech is a new area that not many understand, and for good reason as well. It's still semi-unregulated and so on. What we can do about this is to really showcase the good examples, the examples that work, that really have proven, and now, especially after the pandemic, we have many that have proven that are improving quality of life, are improving care, are improving health efficiency, etc. And put them on a pedestal and bring them up and normalize them as much as possible, so that health tech is not seen as a risky procurement, but as an alternative that should be taken at the same level as a stethoscope or an MRI machine or a drug and so on.
Peter, would you like to?
Yeah, I would just, when we talked about figures and money, in Sweden we procure, the public sector procure for around 830 billion crowns. We do around 18,400 public procurement each year. Around 800 of those have some sort of innovation kind of meaning. Around 80 out of those are true innovation procurements. This means that there are possibilities to procure in different ways, but we need brave organizations, and this is about the culture change, which is really important. In that sense, this is stated by the authority for procurement in Sweden. So that is a top-down kind of a strategy, but we need a bottom-up as well. So the organization must utilize this possibility. So there are money in the system, a lot of money, if we just utilize it the right way and for the right procurements.
Thank you. Do I dare to ask if we have another hurdle realistically broken within 12 months and fixed?
There's a legacy among healthcare entities or organizations where you identify a need, and the first impulse is to look into how can you build a solution to solve that need. When that's not realistic to build a solution, the second impulse is how can we buy a solution locally versus how can we buy the best solution that is out there. It's realistic that within 12 months we can shift this around. Because there are a few reasons that we understand that I believe can be fixed and mended and addressed.
And again, sorry, how are we going to do it?
I'm not sure of the RR fund. I'm sure it can be done in 12 months. This might take even 14 months. But here, actually, the recipe is to take something away and replace it with something else. So currently, in all our countries, it's quite easy to get funding to develop something new. You get development funds. However, you don't get any incentive to adopt something that has been developed somewhere else. And that is really a cancer in the system. It incentivizes everybody to start from scratch implementing their own stuff. And we should take some of that development money away and come up with new kind of funding instruments that would be, for instance, 3 or 10 first customers of a newly developed solution get reimbursement to purchase that solution. And I understand this may require legislation that is not there, but we really need to get this money, make that happen.
Any further comments from? Sorry, yeah.
Can't do anything but back what you're saying. Aside from this, one of the reasons why some of the institutions don't look further. There was a research that was showing that quite a few hospitals in Denmark will look for telemedicine solutions within a 20-kilometer radius from where they were situated there.
Suits for telemedicine.
Yes. One of the reasons for this is that these institutions are not equipped. They don't have the staffing, they don't have the resources to actually look further than that. Sometimes it's not because they don't want to look further than that. They are just not equipped. This is not part of how they were built and how they are staffed and what their capabilities are. So one of the things that they can do and we can do as well is to reach out to these institutions, the likes of HealthTech Nordic, HealthTech Copenhagen, etc. Partner up with them and be their eyes on the global market and bring these solutions to them and put them as if they would be within their eyesight radius that is now 20 kilometers.
Actually, I'm sitting here wondering, yeah, sorry, please. We're talking about capabilities, we're talking about institutions not maybe knowing how to change culture or have the staff or capacity. I believe at some point today someone said something about how can we help the startups getting into, with the big procurement issues, with the see me, I can do it, I can actually lift some of the challenges in the public sector. Is there any space for us maybe to join up and have a community, a center, or with the procurement and the good cases and the good telling stories that actually that's all they do. They help bridge between the startups and the innovative solutions and the challenges sitting in our public healthcare systems. It's just joining forces, really, And I know that's why we're here, but how are we gonna, is there a need for another entity? Maybe not. Or is it Nordic?
No.
Or is it, I don't know, it's just, because
No more
Nordic won't
entities.
reach my Danish system. So there's just, you know, yeah, I don't know.
I'd also say no more entities.
Yeah, exactly.
If we all come up with the plan to get the RF money, 100 million per country for small and medium-sized enterprises.
That was
healthcare.
salute, yeah.
If you have the money, then we have the
That is it.
people to back it up.
Okay, let's move on just a little bit. Now we've talked a bit about, no, do we have any more of the easy?
We have third one. So I must agree, we all said that procurement is the number one for each one of us. That needs to be solved. I needed to pick something different, and that is the reimbursement. And okay, we can't get big-like reimbursement in 12 months. What we can do in 12 months is the adoption of, for instance, NordIQ platform. And this is the first step to joint reimbursement mechanism across the Nordic countries. So Diga, France is able to copy that right away because both their markets are backed by the insurance companies. Here in Nordic countries, insurance plays a lot less role, and we have the public healthcare system backed by tax money. So we should have a common market and common reimbursement system, and getting the first step would be to establish a common acceptance criteria for these digital health tools, and NordIQ would be the first step there.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the panel on that?
No, I think a common view on this is of great value, of course. And reimbursements that lose freeze money in the system. So I mean that is the key. The first customers, the flow of money, return of investment, it's all coupled to the reimbursement system, and we are not there yet for innovative tech solutions.
But the reimbursement we can get in 30 months.
Yeah, 30 or 30?
30, unfortunately.
Okay.
Oh. Well, we can start with pilots in 12 or 13 months. So explore how that would work with the 100 most promising solutions. Let's allocate 1 billion to that and see how it goes.
Okay, thank you. Now I would like to move on, and I would like us to talk a bit about the most crucial and difficult hurdle to overcome in order to have a wider implementation of health tech in our public systems. So which one is that? Do we have any thoughts about that? The most difficult?
I think we're closing in on the Swedish election. Yeah. If we start with that one. Listening to the different discussions between the different political parties, the question around healthcare and how we should solve the challenges coupled to the demographics, it's not really there. One are not discussing digitalization and innovative tools within the healthcare system as a possible or one of the most important solutions. The political discussion is about let's hire 25,000 more nurses, which is not a solution because we don't have it. If we look into some of the economic reports for Sweden, for example, I'll come back to some figures now. So if we want to keep the density of personnel within the healthcare system in Sweden, and we are following the historical trend, then between 2021 and 2031, 80% of all the new people into the work market needs to be employed within the welfare sector. It's completely unrealistic. We need to think differently and use digital tools, other tools, medtech solutions, whatnot. We need to solve that equation because it's not something that could work. It's not sustainable. So that whole discussion and actually have that with the leading politicians, that we can not just fill the welfare system with people. We cannot do that anymore. So, big challenge.
Any remarks on that?
I think Jesper has elaborated on this at length, on what our joint position is towards reimbursement, which is one of the biggest hurdles we have.
I have one hurdle left, and where most of us are digital companies, and we understand that data is power. And most AI companies, most other startups have difficulties getting that data. And we really want to see APIs, application programming interfaces, to healthcare systems. Currently, all of our countries have patient portals where you as a citizen can log in and you can view your data. But you can't download it in structured format, and you can't point applications towards the data so that they can analyze it for you. And this is a power balance, and there are some forces within society that don't want you to have your own health data in a structured format. And my plea for all of you as individuals and citizens would be, the first thing to make that happen would be for each of you to ask for your own health data from all the providers in structured format. And if we all do that, and if we tell all our relatives to do that, there might be some wake-up call. Hey, where are all these requests coming from? It takes a lot of human effort to respond to all of these. We perhaps should come up with an API so that there could be apps that download the data and so on. Please do that.
Thank you. And actually, we're going to wrap up. I used my own watch. I shouldn't have done that. I'm so sorry. But I would like to know, we've had an advice for the citizens now. That's what I've heard anyway, me as a patient citizen. Valentin, what is the most important thing we as startups can do in order to get over these hurdles for wider implementation?
Be generous. Be generous with other startups. Cooperate. The most important thing that startups can do is to realize that competition is much smaller than they think initially. Come together. It's going to be much stronger to go together with complementary solutions to hospitals or to procurement and so on, and help each other, pull each other in to make this pie bigger rather than thinking right now fighting over some crumbs.
Thank you. Peter?
I agree. Team up with organizations, beautiful organizations like HealthTech Nordic, business incubators, branch organizations like Sweden, and other entities that can also speak for you and do a lot of progressive enterprise politics, because that's the way we can change things together.
Super, thank you. Sorry, thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello everyone. How are you? Good to see all of you. I have this image of surfers. We have these waves today. So thank you very much for coming back, all the surfers, great surfers. Hope you had a good day yesterday. And welcome back, and welcome to the one that attend today. So let's celebrate new technologies together. Today the two of us will be the hosts for this event. Annette, who is the communication manager at Health Tech Hub Copenhagen.
We really need a new name.
Great,
one you can actually pronounce.
Our great partner in Copenhagen. And is it okay for us to thank you, Annette and the team, for all the great work you have done to prepare this event? So thank you. And just to introduce as well, and you have been really a one that has followed the tech in different industries, I think, for quite a lot of years now. So
don't make me look old now, but yes, been around. But I'm not alone up here. with Ben Håkon, who is the Senior Project Manager and Advisor at Norway HealthTech. And like you said, it's obvious you're senior, but that's just because of all the great things, you know. Because you work with public-private partnerships and you focus on procurement and testing activity and innovation projects.
I try to tell my kids they don't understand anything.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I don't know. So yesterday we had this great speaks about how we could actually build strong value proposition, and I found it really interesting. I met with a lot of you as well and had great talks, so thank you very much for those. And I really enjoy this feeling of sharing and getting to know each other, so that's perfect. Let's continue that way today as well. We also talked about private-public partnerships and interesting dialogues about barriers to uptake of new technology. So what's going to happen today?
Oh, today we're actually looking into the future. So after we talked about all the things we should be doing yesterday, all the things we've already done, today we'll look at the future of health tech, but also because this is us, we don't just like to talk about big visions and what should happen in 20 years, we'll look at how we can act on those visions, what's the actionable things that we can go away with from here to continue the work, hopefully together with all of you. And for that, we have 4 really great things happening on stage today. We'll have, first of all, Ramsey Santé in a minute, and then Amazon Web Services talking about how they, as big organizations, work together with startups, scale-ups, health techs. And then we'll have 2 of our member companies, a scale-up talking about their journey, and we'll actually also hear from a startup that was founded during the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and how they fared from that. So a lot of good stuff to look forward to, and then lunch. That's always nice as well. So we end with lunch today, and we hope you'll all have a good time. And also, please remember to engage, not just during lunch, but throughout the whole conference. So remember to use the hashtags HealthTech Nordic and Breaking Waves when you're posting about the conference, which you'll obviously do. And on the program, remember the QR code from yesterday? That's still live today. So if you see something up stage that you think, this is great, I want to be a part of this, go scan the QR code, register, and we'll know by the time you did it which topic you're most interested in, so then we can take it on from there together. That's the word for the day, together. Yes? And then, let's get started, because you've seen enough of us for now. So I would like to welcome to the stage Tova Eksmark, the Head of Innovation and Strategic Partnerships, and Søren Melby, Business Innovation Director at Ramsey Santé.
Hi everyone, I heard you had a great day yesterday, and unfortunately we couldn't be with you. So I'm Tova Eksmark.
I'm Søren Melby.
As I think you could figure. Not me.
I don't have any battery. I'm out of battery even before I start speaking.
Okay. So we come from Ramsey Santé. So we will talk a bit about how we try to drive innovation internally in our big, quite conservative, but care provider company. So we are trying to engage with you in several ways. So we will try to just describe how we are working. Yeah, this is us again, and please present yourself.
Yeah, I come from the business side. So normally we have quite interesting dialogues, because when you're talking business and you're adding a doctor to the dialogue, it gets quite, I would say, creative, you could, in some way. So sometimes we feel that we have the difficult road, but we lead it to better things. So I think that's the good combination of actually, having medicine and having business on one side, because we need to co-work on the different parts to it. It's just not one or the other.
Yeah, so I'm the doctor part, so I come from within healthcare. I've been working 20 plus, maybe plus something years in healthcare, both as a clinical doctor, I'm a specialist in internal medicine, but also as manager for the hospital director and stuff like that. before entering the world of innovation. And we started actually out at Capio Go. It's a digital consultation service in Sweden. That was where we met a couple of years ago. We have actually had digital consultations for 5 years for patients within Capio. That's, yeah, it takes some time, and we are still not, the shift has not really been there. We are working on it. Well, I will start to describe Ramsay Santé, or the brand name is Capio in Denmark, it's Capio in Sweden, it's Volvat in Norway. So we are a big giant in the market. We are the second largest private healthcare provider in Europe. Our mother company, Ramsay Healthcare, is based in Australia. So we also have sites in Asia and in the UK. So we're quite a big global company when it comes to healthcare. In our part of the business, we are around 40,000 employees, and we also have a number of liberal doctors connected to us. In France, the doctors are liberal, have their own business, they are not employed like they are in Sweden, for example. In Volvat, in Norway, we have a private chain of healthcare provider. That means that the patient actually pay 100% out-of-pocket payment, which gives us totally other dynamics in the market. Coming to Sweden, we have 100 more primary care centers on capitation-based models. And in France, we are driving over 100 hospitals with specialist care with liberal doctors. So it's a bit of a variety, to say the least. We are trying to use it, because if we want to test and do something, we can actually see which business model could we actually drive this project. Yeah, innovation in healthcare. Well, actually, the first thing is to remember, why are we doing this? Well, of course, it's for our patients. It's for patients. It's also for people, maybe becoming patients later. But also, these days, we have a very strong focus on our workforce. You know, the workforce challenge will be the #1 challenge to come. It's already here, but it will be even worse. So we don't want to see one single solution that doesn't make the life easier for our care staff. That's #1. We would like to be over here, driving, disruptive things, disrupting the market, being very on the edge. That was the idea behind forming the Innovation Hub team. To be very honest, we are still struggling. We need to have governance. Who's deciding on innovation? What's the funding model? And we are working a lot on culture and awareness and incremental improvements. So we are still trying to do the shift over, but we need to also educate our internal stakeholders. So for you, it's really good to understand you are more on the edge than we are. So we have a lot of people taking the stairs one step at a time. That would make up 95% of the people working in healthcare. But if a lot of people, if 40,000 are taking one step, that's a lot of power. So that's actually where the big impact has, when everyone is moving in the stairs. But we are trying also to take the elevator sometimes. Could we actually skip some steps? Could we just not take the stairs? Could we actually get to another place by using the elevator? So that's kind of what we are trying to do in the innovation team. Yeah, we have a strategy. It's called Yes We Care 2025. So when we started the innovation team, we actually didn't have a business strategy, so it was quite difficult to innovate. Now we have the strategy in place. Like every strategy, it's kind of a house, the image. We are driving a lot of hospitals, so we need to be extremely efficient with our hospitals. You know, we are putting a lot of waste, we have a high energy consumption, we have long care and length of stay in the wards. We really need to be extremely efficient with our hospital. For many reasons we should be that. Not to say sustainability is one of them. We also need to be digi-physical in all our markets. We started out by Capio Go. We need to have digital services combined with the physical world. And of course, moving also from fixing what's broken, going into prevention. That would be the big shift. And for us as a care provider, our business is to fix what's broken. So it's kind of a shift for us to finding the models where we can actually expand our services into prevention. And the last one, expand our outpatient services, going from high-cost environment of big hospitals to care centers, digital or at home. So this shift is ongoing, both from fixing the broken things to prevention, but also high cost environment to low cost. So we are working on these axes all the time. Yeah, and this is the team. We are working in a cross-functional way, so we have a couple of doctors on board, and then we have a couple of business people telling us, oh, you can't do that, it will not be a business case that is sustainable. And then we have the technology part as well. So we work in the cross-section of medical knowledge, IT and tech, and business. And we also have Melanie. She's our latest recruit. She's actually specialized in behavioral science and change management. So she's really something you should have. Everyone should have a Melanie in their team, because this is the hardest thing to do. Technology is nothing compared to change. So yeah, Sara, I'm kind of the internal person, managing all the internal stakeholders. It's a lot in this big organization, driving an innovation management framework, who is deciding who should we speak to and so forth. And sometimes I have my medical glasses on when they are too crazy. It's not going to happen. So I'm leaving it up to you, Sara, because we also have an external world.
We do have an external world, and I
Maybe
think
you
that's,
want this one.
Now I got everything here running around. But yeah, we got an external world, but I just want to show you this, because this is the image that we started out with for almost 6 years ago. And everyone, if you're going to Sweden and you have primary care, this is what we think. But you cannot list it yet. But we think that this image is not just about the patients coming to us with their iPhones. It's also about our clinicians. And in this, we're talking about a puzzle, and we're pieces all together. And I think that the future must be together, because if we see this and we're afraid of this, there's something wrong. On the other way, if a patient comes to us with their iPhones, you cannot use it in that way still. But you guys that are startups, you want to put your things into the iPhones many times, but we also have the clinicians, and it has to work for our clinicians. So we've used this image internally, and we're still using it, because we think that there are so many technical advances coming in that you probably will have an iPhone as the primary care physician going forward. And this is where we argue. Because, yeah.
Sometimes it's a bit provocative in some parts of the organization. We will manage.
But we start there. But also to get on the same page is that when we're looking into the difficulties or the challenges lying ahead, and you're seeing these aren't new. You know all about this as well. But I think the important part is that we're coming here as a very large private healthcare provider, and we're saying that we're actually fighting the same issues. So when we're looking at these, we are there together, aren't we? And we need to fight them. And for us right now, we're trying to address almost everybody of them, and we're trying to address them with tech, knowledge, and competences from outside the world, because we cannot fight these ourselves. We need to do it together. But what Tim also mentioned, which is really important for us, and we were visiting him in the beginning of the year, and we were sitting there in the US, and everybody was talking about burnout. There was even a day focus on burnout. And one of the stats, when they're saying that 60% of healthcare workers in the US during the last 12 months have thought about resigning from healthcare, that's a problem. It's a astronomical problem. So this is an urge to you guys in regards of the focus for us, which is together, is that if you have tech, if you have services, or if you have knowledge about how to help us with this in regards to burnout, and we see the different points there, reach out. We need you. Because we have the colleagues, and they're all telling us the same thing. And this is, from the Medscape survey, where they go out and survey the clinicians in regards to this. And when we look at the problems, you can also flip it. So this is for the clinician side, but if you take the patient's hat on, and the Googles of the patient, you can actually say that the too many bureaucratic tasks, you see the lack of control. It's the same thing for the patients if you just go the other way around. Yeah? So together, we will try to fix this, but please, that's the urge, together. Because we're looking for the stars. We're looking for star companies, and you guys, if you're a startup, if you're working for them, you're aiming for the stars. So we have the same goal. But if you want to be, you know, little bear or big bear or what they call the constellations, we need to do it together. So we need to find the right stars in order for that. We have kind of this telescope where we're looking for things, and when we're looking for things, we're trying to get help with these 4. We think that you can help us accelerate. We think that you can help implement the use cases, developing our capabilities, and investing in opportunities is the last part of what we're doing. And right now, we must be honest, it's quite hard with the investment part. Because the world is burning, as we all know. It's really a challenge out there. And we see it as well in regards of our operations, our line of businesses. It's really tough in this side here, but we still want to do it. But on the acceleration of the transformation is that is where the partner things come in, the togetherness coming in. Because we need to accelerate. And we're working in a very large organization, and we are slow. We're not slow because we want to be slow. We're slow because we're big. But we're also slow because we need to do things right. We cannot chance. There's no chance of doing things, especially when we're talking about patients, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we have, of course, the medical safety and all of the medical community part. So you need to have strong clinical evidence that this is actually not dangerous. That's number 1, and hopefully number 2, a bit better than what we are doing today. But we also have the technology requirements. You know, we have quite a lot of legacy IT systems, quite hard ecosystem internally. So whatever apps and stuff and things out there, they need to be able to integrate in our very fragmented world. So this is a key issue as well. So both the clinical evidence, but also the technology part. How do we integrate things? Things are fabulous when they are standalone, but we have already a patient or customer journey. So this is also very crucial.
And the customer journey is this. Because as being a patient, it's not many times, unfortunately, is that you just go into one door and then it solves everything. You are traveling up and down in regards to this, especially for many patients. And especially now when we see the increase in comorbidities, is that when you're coming into it, you are in the system. We need to work with that system in the right way. We need to work with that system also on technology. Means that when we meet startups many times, you're really great and you're saying that we have this fantastic technology and we have a dashboard. It's even better saying dashboard. That's my word. You have a dashboard, which is really great, and we love your dashboard.
We also have an app. That's also
an app. Yeah.
We have an app and we have a dashboard. And the good thing is we also have an app, a dashboard.
Yeah, and we look at the burnout again. Our clinicians, if you have a dashboard and you're saying that in a comorbidity phase, we have a dashboard, that means that our clinicians perhaps need to go into 15 different apps or dashboards. It's not workable, friends. We cannot have it like that. Then you say interoperability. That's the way. We have APIs. You can connect it to different things. Make it happen, I say. In Sweden, we're working with how many different journal systems?
20-something.
20-something. Make it happen into those. That's not on you. That's on us together, breaking the waves together. We need to be standing out there and say, no more. We need to have this to work with the APIs and so forth, because we just need one dashboard, and it's our dashboard. That's the way for our clinicians to work through it. Otherwise, you cannot go around. And especially when the data transferring between these centers or care levels, that's the tricky part. So this is where I think that you can help us, but please be aware, we also have dashboards and apps. So what are we doing now? Well, right now on innovation and doing things together, we are working from the group. We have a preventive care lab, which is something that we've run how many years? 5 years, 4 years in France, focusing on prevention services, which is really great. We do that through our Ramsey Foundation, Ramsey Santé Foundation, so it's kind of on the side. We're not allowed to do business with the companies, but we are incubating. We're helping them with a third party. This year, we had the honor to take it into the Nordics as well, and we have 4 Nordic companies.
Yeah, 1 Danish, Hato Medical, 3 Swedish, Medbeat, Oberlife, and Voice Diagnostics. So we have 4 of them in our network, taking care and trying to pamper them a bit.
HealthTech Nordic members, all of them.
Yeah, exactly. You see, together for the future. So we're working with that. Hopefully we will draw that also next year. Sourcing and screening is that where we from the Innovation Hub are coming into the part as well. That could be both proactive but also reactive. So we can source and screen different companies, different startups, and then tell our organization, look at this great company. They have a dashboard. Or the other way around, is that they can come and say that we need help with different things. And then we go out to look for in the market and look for these companies. So that's a very important part for us. And we're working also with pre-DD, where we're working with our organization in regards of investment. So we're actually the arm of the company that looks into all the different parts that are in due diligence of acquiring a company. And we're very proud of, now we're starting an accelerator program, Filipa.
Yeah, the two to the right is our two newcomers for this year. The Innovation Hub has been around for 3 years, and since everything is a bit slow, finally we could actually also, after the incubating part in the foundation, we could also actually select a couple of startups that we would like to work with a more accelerating phase, which would mean that we actually can do business agreements with them, and we can also make sure that they can test and learn from developing their products. So now we have two companies. We have QALY, the Swedish company in the VR technology, and we have Kjäll, French company doing algorithms for surgical complications. So they are our guinea pigs, so they are working together with us because we are not really great in designing the accelerator program, so we are doing it together with them just to see what are their needs and what's the outcome of these two companies, and hopefully we will expand it and open it for a new call for applications to the spring in 23. But to be able to work with the incubator company and the accelerator, we need living labs.
We need living labs. And we saw that when we started the Innovation Hub, was that when you have an organization like ours with many different care facilities, it's really hard to work across the line. So now we pinpointed, we asked facilities that are innovation prone to say, do you want to become a living lab? A living lab for us is a place where we can go and have good dialogue with good people. And we actually have one of them here in the room. Yeah. Which is Nikolai. He sits from Sampaio, Denmark, which is one of our living labs. And we have 7 more coming out.
Yeah, we have two, we have in Marseille, we have 2 mental health facilities and 1 in rehab in Biarritz. But we choose Marseille and Biarritz in France, that's quite nice. If you have 100, why should you pick a boring place? So we have 2 hospitals in Biarritz as well. So that's our 5 facilities in France.
And I got the one in Norway, so you're going to Biarritz and surfing.
Biarritz, so surfing is one of the key things.
I love Norway, yeah. But the living labs is actually the place that it's going to make it happen for us with innovation, and again, togetherness going forward. Last but not the least, when we're looking at engagement, it's also important to understand that we as a large company, when we want to try the different things, we're working with the TRL scale. And for us, it's really about finding the ideal. So you should probably have it validated in the lab. You should probably, the further up you come, the easier it is for us to try it out, to implement it. If it's CE marked, etc. If you have clinical studies, etc. We are quite boring there in many cases, but we need that to be able to.
You can see the screen.
Yeah, it just started, so that's why the last one here is mind the gap. So, I mean, the takeaway here from us in regards of this togetherness is that we're ready, we want to do things. We have the facilities now, we have the living labs, we have the different initiatives that we're running, but we just need you guys. But we need you guys to also have the big ears on. So when we're talking about this with dashboards and apps, etc., understand that we need to do it together. It's not either or, 1 or 2 or 3. So.
Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Where do we start with the questions? Over there.
I thought we were off the hook.
No.
Now
it's the fun part.
It's an easy question. Thanks very much for your Thanks very much for your presentation. So I noticed that in the list of the burnout reasons, actually technology was one of the highest ones, right? And then you said we don't need yet another dashboard. We want one dashboard. The problem is that those dashboards are usually developed by some incumbent players in the market, and there's only a few of them, and incentives for them to allow new companies in with APIs or whatever is very, very, very low. Maybe there is no actually, all right? There's lock-in, there's also, there's some good reasons like security, etc. So how do you see these actually happening? Do we need a law? Or do you, for example, as healthcare providers, can actually ask those companies within the contracts to have APIs to allow this? So, because otherwise it's not going to happen. Thanks.
Well, when it comes to the EMR systems on the back-end side, that's tricky because we have old IT legacy systems. What we are trying to do by ourselves is actually to put a layer on top of all of that, because we will never be able to change all of those old systems. So we are looking into our own data strategy, which would be to have something on top or below or whatever image you want to have, but and hopefully get the exchange between our data platform and the different systems. So we are trying to build a kind of modular system by ourselves. With partners. With partners, yeah.
But I would say that, again, visiting the US, and I'm not saying all the good things in the US, absolutely not, but it was quite interesting. We met, 100 companies in the US when we walked around, and everybody started out by saying, before anything else, they said, we're fully integrated into Epic and Cerner. That was the first thing that they said. And I think that, yes, it's easier if you have that. It's easier if you have the EMRs where we can see things. But for us, we're being a bit, I'm exaggerating when I'm saying one dashboards. But it's just to have the mindset is that we cannot work with 15 different systems. If you have a diabetes patient, they also have, hypertension, they have different, you cannot have one dashboard just saying this pathology. So we need to be smarter. I don't think that we can do it by laws or regulations in that sense, but I think that together, we as healthcare providers, you as startups, government, etc., we need to work together because obviously it's not working as it is today. And when you're looking at the burnout part, those with the money, state, us, our money, because we're also patients, we just need to say, hey guys, stop fiddling around, fix it, make it happen.
Thank you. Next question?
Pilot TTs. The disease where innovations die. And I see that more on the public side. So you can make a stellar pilot, everybody's super happy, everybody acknowledges the magnificent results the product would bring, but then there's no capacity to invest in taking that in product use. Are you, as a private organization, capable of doing that better? And when you make some kind of pilot agreement, do you already have the path there? Okay, if we get these results, then the uptake will be this within these months and so on.
That was, well, two questions. The first one, yeah, it's a bit easier. I've worked 20 years in public sector as well. It's easier because we don't have the public tenders. So if you do a pilot and if we really like it, we don't have to go into a tender process. So yeah, if we decide that, if the KPIs are good with this one, we should have it also in the next set. So that is easier. That doesn't mean that it's really happening, but we have the possibilities at least. We are working a lot. Now we are setting up the living labs just because we need places to actually be ready for scaling. So if this is good in one clinic, the other ones have to actually kind of have a commitment, but we also invite them in the process to the living lab so they know what's happening there. Because if we don't engage with the other hospitals quite early, it will be really difficult. It's still 100 hospitals, they have been quite standalone units from the beginning, so yeah, it's a lot of change management. It's easier, but still very difficult.
But I will also add to that, because being in different sectors, now you've been in very much in healthcare sector, but I've been in other sectors, and I will ask, why are you doing a pilot? I think for us in healthcare, it's about understanding why are you doing a pilot. So it's an educational part as well. The better you as startups can provide the values, etc., perhaps you don't need a pilot. It's an either or. Yeah? So it's about educational for us that we're looking in the mirror and say that we should be better to take something in and not doing a pilot for that instead of just getting it out there.
Yeah, so it's also about what's a project and what's an implementation process so that's also where we sometimes do a project organization for something that shouldn't be a specific project, it should just be done. So it's also to ways of manage projects and implementation.
And I'm just hovering in the background here and coming closer and closer. Thank you so much, Tove and Sven. I hope we will continue the conversation during the coffee break and the lunch as well.
So thank you very much. Now we will welcome Senior Sales Manager, Executive Manager. That's great. From Amazon Web Services, Harry Tati. Welcome to the stage. I see you have your microphone on now.
Yes, and I will be working.
So, data-driven innovations in the cloud, strategy for how to develop new services in the cloud. Really looking forward to listen to your speech.
Thank you very much. And I can see from the slide that it's actually saying Harry Tati Senior.
It goes the same with me, so just get used to it.
Yes, just for you to know, I had to go and get a haircut so that the grey hair doesn't kind of shine when I do the presentation. So yes, my name is Harry Tati, and I work as a Senior Sales Executive for our EMEA healthcare team, Europe, Middle East and Africa. And within my role, I have the responsibility of overseeing what we call the national initiatives, national core infrastructure e-health project where AWS and cloud play a big role on transforming how healthcare is being delivered to the citizens and to the patients. I'm going to talk a little bit about innovation at AWS. I'm going to talk about the vision and strategy for AWS within healthcare. I'm going to share a couple of examples of customers and partners, how we as AWS are working together with partners, health tech and startups. And then I'm going to share a few kind of slides around then how do we then practically work together with startups like many of you in the room. I will start by talking a little bit about the Amazon culture of innovation, and I think in the previous presentation it was mentioned quite correctly that technology is only a small part of the innovation, but innovation is more of a culture. And we at AWS, our mission is to be the most customer-centric company in the world. And there are certain principles that's driving that mission. One of them being customer obsession, working backwards from what the customer demands and requirements are looking for. When we build and develop our cloud services and capabilities, 90% of those capabilities actually come directly from our customers and our partners. And roughly 10% is innovation done by Amazon or Amazon Web Services. Think long term. That's the kind of thing you shouldn't be thinking about short-term benefits and value, but think long term. But one of the key things, what's important for innovation is that you have to be ready to fail. Fail fast, test, and if the thing doesn't work, just accept that it doesn't work and fail fast. And you also have to be in a situation where you have to accept that your vision and strategy might be misunderstood for a long time. Your colleagues, your counterparts might not necessarily agree exactly what you are driving forward. What's the new innovation, new solution, what you are driving for. But if you have a vision, dedication, that's how you can then really change healthcare or any other industry. And when we think about healthcare in particular, innovation is happening in the cloud. Cloud is enabling a lot of the innovation what's happening today. There was a study made last year by CB Insights on the 150 leading healthcare startups internationally, and 80%, more than 80% were running on cloud, running on AWS. So healthcare as a conservative industry is really moving and transforming to the cloud, and cloud is driving the innovation. So when we talk about the digital transformation begins with the data. So this kind of chart is from a study made by Cohen and published by Cohen from 2017. Really what it does, it describes the different types of data types, what we have within healthcare, but also other data types that impact the well-being of an individual. So kind of from the healthcare point of view, it could be things like medication, diagnosis, diagnostics, genetics. But when we moved outside of the kind of a traditional healthcare environment, there are multiple other areas which impact the individual. Let it be lifestyle, socioeconomic situation, or even environmental effects that impact the individual. The other way then how we look at the data is that data is in two different types of formats. It can be in structured format, which is obviously easily then to kind of use for different type of purposes because it's machine readable. But the challenge is with the unstructured data, all of the pre-text clinical notes, the imaging data, how are you then going to extract the meaningful information from that information? Let it be the clinical notes, let it be the medical images. How do you collect that data and make it into a meaningful format so that you can use it for other purposes? And just to give you additional kind of a data point regarding the unstructured data, there's more than 1.2 billion unstructured medical documents created every year, including having a lot of meaningful information trapped into those documents, so you can't really extract that information and use that for any other purpose. At the same time, there's an exponential growth of data. Let it be genomic data or medical imaging data, multimodal medical imaging data. The volume of the data is increasing significantly. So there's a kind of a study which was saying that there's an estimation that more than 1 billion genomes will be sequenced by 2025. And the challenge what that then presents is that it requires huge data processing power to process that data. And at the same time, then you need to have the capability to analyze that data. And when we combine it with the complexity of the first slide, which was the Cohen different data types, how do you then make sense of that data? So when we talk about the AWS Healthcare and Life Sciences mission, our mission and kind of a mission statement is as follows. To enable access and delivery of person-centered healthcare, driving improved outcomes at a lower cost by accelerating the digitization and utilization of healthcare and life sciences data. And the key here is on the digitization and utilization of healthcare and life sciences data. So there are kind of a couple of areas how we see how AWS is supporting and how our cloud services are supporting our customers and partners on this journey. So we as AWS, we are providing the secure, the compliant, and kind of a platform which provides the data privacy that our healthcare customers and partners can trust and rely on. And I'll just give you a few examples like GE with their, for example, their Edition True Packs, it's built on AWS. Philips with their Health Suite, that's leveraging AWS as their kind of a cloud platform. At the same time, we have large organizations like Genomics England or UK Biobank using AWS Cloud, where they store and analyze the genomic data. We are working as the enabler that helps our customer to accelerate the innovation. We have the broadest and deepest portfolio of different kind of cloud services, including data analytic capabilities, artificial intelligence, machine learning capabilities, conversational AI or other, but also we've built healthcare specific solutions and services which help our customers and partners to actually make sense of that data that I was talking earlier. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. Like, for example, we've developed a technology and service called Comprehend Medical, which allows you to really extract the data from those unstructured medical notes using natural language processing technologies and techniques. We built a service called Amazon Health Lake, which then allows you to kind of aggregate the data from the different data sources into a normalized structured format. And then once you have that data in the normalized format, you can then use the data for advanced analytics, build your artificial, use artificial intelligence technologies like machine learning to build your algorithms as a customer, or bring third parties to leverage that data to build their algorithms. Obviously, it's the customer who decides how the data is being used. Or we work together with medical imaging partners or genomics partners like Illumina and LiveBit, who are using the technologies that we have available today. But again, the key here is that to unlock the value of data, to provide actionable insights, to improve clinical, operational, and research efficiency, develop personalized treatments, and predict health events, so that we can actually transform towards more personalized healthcare. As part of the cloud-enabled digital transformation, we identified 4 key elements and areas of the value chain where we as AWS are investing today. The first one being securing health data in cloud. We are working together with our customers and partners so that they can migrate the what we call the mission-critical workloads, like the medical imaging data, or the systems, the clinical systems, or non-clinical systems, which they run today on their on-premise infrastructure, to cloud, so that they can get rid of the heavy lifting and maintaining of their own data centers. Once you have the systems in the cloud, another area where we are investing is around interoperability and making sure and supporting the data liquidity. Meaning, once you have the data in the cloud, it seamlessly can move between the different systems, the different data sources. So that then, as the third pillar, you can use the data as a strategic asset for the organization, which will then enable clinical and operational intelligence. You can use the data for, again, advanced analytics, bring your own algorithms, or build new innovation on top. As the fourth pillar, we are investing on being able to create, together with our customers and partners, what we call the delightful healthcare engagements, really making the customer and the patients a healthcare experience better by using modern technologies. Let it be different telemedicine, patient engagement tools. But we are also trying to learn how we can use our retail experience as Amazon to help to improve the experience of the patient. And through these 4 elements of the value chain, we are helping our customers increase the pace of innovation, predict healthcare relevant events, and personalized healthcare journey. I mentioned about healthcare innovation. I'm not going to go through each and every one of these areas, but we are working with partners and customers with multiple areas where cloud is really enabling the innovation. Let it be how we enable our customers to make sense of that unstructured and structured healthcare data. We work together with electronic health records providers like Epic or Daedalus. We work together with medical imaging providers, Filipa, GE. I'll be talking briefly about AI, Israeli-based startup, but also working in areas around virtual care, as well as more of precision medicine, where we work with genomic partners like Illumina, LiveBit, or DNA. And really, cloud, as we are seeing internationally, is driving the innovation and helping our customers and partners innovate fast. Yes, we've also been recognized by some of the kind of leading research and kind of analysts like Gartner. We've actually been recognized 11 consecutive years as the leader in terms of the kind of cloud infrastructure providers. But the key here is that kind of we are building an ecosystem, working together with an ecosystem of customers and partners to drive the innovation. Next, I'm gonna talk a few minutes and give a few examples about our customers who've used AWS services and even work together with AWS to really drive innovation. And I'll start by talking a little bit about Munich Leukemia Lab, which is the leading research organization with the mission to find the cure for leukemia. As part of their mission, they've sequenced 5,000 human genomes to really understand how does leukemia emerge. And obviously from the data processing power point of view, 5,000 human genomes is a lot of data, petabytes of data. So they migrated that data to AWS cloud infrastructure. But really what resonates, at least with me, with the work that Munich Leukemia Lab is doing is around how they then use that data to kind of identify how does the leukemia emerge. So what they did was that they worked together with AWS Machine Learning Solutions Lab, combined our technical expertise with their subject matter expertise to build a clinical decision support model which will analyze, an algorithm which will analyze the data to make accurate and faster diagnosis on identifying and diagnose the 31 different subtypes of leukemia. And today there's an accuracy more than of 80%, and they can do the diagnosis much faster than an individual or clinician can do today. I mentioned about AIDoc. AIDoc is an Israeli-based company who provides a solution for radiologists. What they really do is that they build their solution is kind of leveraging artificial intelligence, machine learning, and image recognition tools as part of their solution. So what they do is that their solution kind of scans through the CT scans of individuals to detect abnormalities on those images and identify life-threatening conditions so that the treatment of the individual can then be prioritized. So they really kind of achieve huge kind of benefits with their customers, and I'll just kind of, you can see them on the right side, but I'll just kind of highlight here that, again, obviously being able to prioritize the conditions which are life-threatening is key, but also being able to kind of shorten the average hospital days by 18 hours, which one of their customers was able to do, is quite significant. As a last example of some of the kind of startups what we are working with is Invision. What they did was that they built an app. We talked about app, we heard about app in the previous presentation, where you can actually use the app on your mobile phone to take a photo of your mole on your skin, and what the app then does, and the service what Skin Vision is providing, is analyzing the big picture, and within 30 seconds the patient will then get a result on a kind of risk stratification type of a kind of a notification of if there is a kind of a risk of the individual having a skin cancer. And their algorithm is more than 95% accurate today. So a little bit about how we as AWS work together with startups and how we support startups as part of their journey to make healthcare innovation. So we provide both technical and kind of a business-related support for startups. Technical, for example, we have our team, solution architects, providing different types of architecture design review, providing best practices. But when we talk about the co-market and kind of a business, driving business opportunities, we are doing co-marketing with the startups. We are sharing sales referrals, and we have different kind of POC funding available as well. And really, we want to help our startup partners to be more lean. And with lean, we mean that they can actually focus on their core business, building the new innovation instead of kind of building their infrastructure. But they can also do using the AWS cloud services, that they can bring and test new services, new innovation, what AWS is bringing into the cloud services as part of their solutions. And at the same time, there's no upfront cost for the startup because you only pay for what you use. And in the end, the objective is then to allow our partners, the startups, to launch faster their new innovations. I can see blinking, it means that there's 5 minutes left. Is that? Oh, sorry about that. 2 minutes left. Yeah, I'm not going to go in details. Yes, we provide multiple startup programs which are available for our healthcare startup. We have a dedicated healthcare startup team, individuals who are working with startups. We recently, actually last year, launched a healthcare accelerator program in the UK where we work together with UK startups. I think there was a Norwegian startup among those 10, 12 startups as well, how we worked. And really to kind of connect them with the actual end customers, NHS and the NHS Trust. I'm going to use my last final slide, it's stopped blinking. One of the areas what I want to highlight is here that last year we announced a health equity program, which really is a 3-year, 40 million investment by AWS to advance health equity. So it's supporting solutions by end customers, partners, institutions, research organizations to drive new innovations and new solutions to increase access to health services, reduce disparities by addressing social determinants of health, as well as leverage data to promote equitable, inclusive systems of care. This year, we launched Health Accelerator program, which really then takes into the startups into the picture. So we recently had in August, kind of a last round of kind of a selection of startups. Out of 250 startups, the 10 were selected to become a kind of a partner for the Health Equity Accelerator program. And I think the next one is in November, and there will be multiple ones coming up in 2023 as well. Happy to share more about these, happy to connect the team with the others. I think that's my time.
Thank you very much, sorry. Maybe we'll have some contact information as well to get in contact with the startup.
Yes, absolutely.
Activities you're running. So, questions? Yes, please say your name and where you're from.
Yes, hello. My name is David. I'm from Iceland. We are starting a cloud-based HR system, so we'll be your customer one day. I have an elephant in the living room. I would like to ask about blockchain. Do you have any comments on that?
And I'll give you a direct answer. I'm not an expert on blockchain, so probably the best thing would be actually for me to connect our solution architects and experts if you have specific question around blockchain, so that you can kind of get the right answer. And kind of I'm taking my AWS hat away, kind of you have a history of 15 years, I'm not a technical person. Blockchain is very interesting. I think that kind of where does it actually fit in terms of healthcare? It's still a question how to use blockchain technologies, and I think that debate is still going on. But happy to connect you with the right people. So I'll be staying here for coffee break before I head to the airport. So let's have a conversation with you.
Next up.
Mikael, Rinnetmäki, Sensotrend. What's the biggest impact you as AWS are searching for to have on healthcare, and how can the roughly 330 Nordic Health Tech members help you achieve that?
So biggest impact, if that was the question. So, and this is quite on a high level obviously, but we want to kind of help to transform healthcare from the kind of a traditional infrastructure where many of our customers are being on using infrastructure which is multiple years old, might be decades old, running old technology, lift those systems into cloud, and to kind of liberate and democratize the data so that it then can be used for innovation. And kind of when we talk about startups, I think cloud in general is the one that is enabling fast innovation for healthcare. It's happening really in the cloud. So providing the services, and startup is actually the kind of a foundation for AWS. The biggest part of the growth for AWS and the cloud services comes through cloud providers as they bring new innovation to the market. That's where also AWS kind of grows. Yes, healthcare is conservative sometimes. Might be 5-10 years ago, or kind of take 5-10 years, but the change is happening today, and we are seeing large kind of incumbent providers actually moving to cloud as well, because they see that the innovation is happening in the cloud. The startups are making the change, so they have to kind of make the shift as well. Otherwise, it will be day 2, what we call advanced.
Next question.
Yes. Yes, hi, my name is Rasmus from Norway. We are developing a software as a service solution. And maybe that's another elephant in the room, giving the ruling, the SHRM 2 EU ruling. We face a lot of problems now with some of our customers that are hospitals, that are, because we are using American cloud services. So my question is basically, do you have any plan how to address this, and what's sort of the time horizon? Because we don't want to switch to some sort of local cloud provider which probably doesn't offer the same security and is much more expensive.
And obviously this is kind of a very big topic everywhere in Europe, and I'm kind of thinking about from the startup point of view. I would assume you want to go international, you have a brilliant solution, you want to scale.
Of course, yeah.
So, but then when it comes to kind of a GDPR related topics, our customers and partners can use AWS services. They can build their kind of user service in compliance with GDPR. For example, as part of our kind of service terms and conditions, we have the data processing agreements embedded into those terms and conditions. And even if there would be, and I'll first start by saying that our customers and partners control the data. Meaning that, for example, if you use Stockholm region, where AWS has a region, you as the customer decides and control that that data stays within that regions, unless you and AWS agree that it will be moved to Frankfurt or any other. So it's kind of your permission. So that's number one priority. We as AWS, we have a shared responsibility model, meaning that we have the responsibility of the kind of a physical infrastructure. You as the customer have the responsibility, or partner, have the responsibility of the solutions and the services and the data on top of that. We don't touch that data. So, and again, coming back to the topics, it's mostly about the kind of interpretation, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. There are multiple different kind of interpretations, even within the European Union. We recently had an announcement by one of the leading hospitals in Spain who announced that they are moving their infrastructure to AWS. And yes, GDPR, for example, applies to them as well. One of the key things to remember is that there are multiple technologies how you can protect the data. Encrypt the data, manage your own encryption keys. That's kind of what all of our customers should be doing.
Great, thank you, Harry. You see, I'm on the stage now. that means something to you. Really, thank you very much for your contribution to the conference and for all the interesting topics you bring to the audience. So, thank you very much for attending.
Yes, thank you very much.
So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first half of today, and now we have 2 great presentations waiting for you, but before that, there you go. We'll hear a little bit about Nordic Proof.
Yes, I just wanted to give you some information about an initiative where all the partners of HealthTech Nordic is active actually. So because we've been seeing this need for making it easy for you to get access into the clinical departments at the hospitals and the municipalities, we would just like to inform you that we are really looking deep into this topic to make it happen in a more smooth way. So this Nordic Proof initiative is a consortium of actors all around in the Nordics, supporting entrepreneurs to make it easier to do testing and validation and clinical trials at hospitals and municipalities all around in the Nordics. And this is not only about clinical evidence, this is as well about knowing your market. Because getting access to the right people in the early stage of your development is crucial to make it as well understanding the needs of the market. So this is a combination of validation, but as well also market introduction, I think. So bring people from all over the Nordics into your team. I had a quite interesting discussion during the break now about these activities. And it's been a struggle in the Nordics to find the right business models for getting access into clinical departments. And there are different ways of doing this, but at least we are trying to set it up to make it as smooth as possible. So here you see actors all around the Nordics. And our mission is to make it as professional and efficient as possible and make sure the quality of our healthcare institutions can be brought into your processes, developing your products. So please be aware of this service and look it up on the net and connect with me if you like to get to know more. There are other people in the audience as well that is working on this more locally. So I'm the coordinator of this initiative. So please feel free to use and get in contact. That's what we wanted to drop in after the break.
Perfect. And I know Marianne wants me to mention the QR code. Remember the QR code and remember to scan it whenever you hear something, I want to be a part of this. But for now, unless Håkan takes my clicker, I would like to welcome to the stage Andreas Newback, the CSO and founding partner at Diagonal Bio.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, happy to be here. Thank you for inviting us to talk. Excellent venue, and yeah, great people it seems. I just showed up, and I will try to describe what we do at Diagonal. So we're Diagonal Bio. We're creating the diagnostic platform of tomorrow. I changed the title of the talk a little bit to reflect, I think, a more visionary approach. So the title is Towards Curbing the Spread of Infectious Disease Worldwide. And it's our journey so far. It's a pretty daunting task to do that, but we will do our best to achieve it. So first up, I just want to mention briefly some bullets about the company. So we were founded in March 2020. We have our headquarters in Lund, in this building. the Spark at Mekong Village. We have a patent-protected, in-house invented breakthrough tech, which combines molecular biology and electrochemistry. It can detect any genetic sequence similar to PCR, but with additional perks. It's much faster, it's equally accurate, it's much more flexible, simple, parallel, and cost-effective. We call our platform that we're developing Panviral, and we had an IPO at Nasdaq First North, July 21, which is, if I calculate correctly, 16 months after innovation. Core tech is patent granted, priority from April 2020. Yeah, and we started out as a COVID pandemic-inspired venture. You know, in the beginning there, we didn't know really where things were going, and we thought, let's do our best to try and solve the situation. And the lucky thing with this technology is that we can then detect any sequence, DNA sequence, RNA, DNA. But we focused initially on respiratory stuff. So we have a current detection accuracy on 4 different viruses in the respiratory patient samples, 98 to 100%. Pretty good, we're happy. And we have lined up a piloting test study at DTU here in Copenhagen. Very, very happy for that. It's an excellent place, and they love us, so that's good. We also have then Panviral platform, research use only, will be on the lab bench this autumn. Okay, so just going into how we founded the company and our first thoughts. So the invention that me and Kush came up with, Kush is the guy on the left downstairs, down there. Yeah, it's to detect any genetic sequence using a combination of molecular biology and electrochemistry. And this is 2 fields that are pretty complex. They don't usually match, but we are trying to make it work, and it's going pretty well. So the mission of the company is to limit the spread of infectious disease worldwide using cutting-edge technology. So we see this as our first little project, and then we'll see how things go. We have ideas. Founding partners, I don't know if you see this. No, you don't. So founding partners, it's Kush, Yannick, multiple serial entrepreneurs, Johan Kjellström, the same, and then it's me. I have a PhD in medical protein chemistry from Lund University, and did some postdocs, one in Copenhagen and one in Lund, on other topics. Went into the private sphere, worked for a couple of years at Innovia in Lund as a scientist there. It's an amazing time. We were 4 people when I started and 40 or something like that when I left. I got to see it from the inside. It was a great experience. So then I thought, let's try something myself. I started a consultancy business, met with Kush at the party, and we were sharing chili shots and came up with the idea, let's work together. And yeah, I can go into detail there, but I think time is ticking. We have something we call the diagonal approach. It's not something that we invented, but it's something that we picked up and trying to refine. So let's say we're here in the yellow dot. We want to go to the green dot. In between here is a minefield or some kind of labyrinth. Loads of stuff there in between. So how do we go from here to there? Well, you can go around, right? Long way around. We can go in here into the labyrinth, and there's a dead end, have to go back. It's kind of inefficient and boring. So we try this approach, diagonal approach. I will come back to this. It's fun, but it's also serious, so please don't laugh. I also want to show a little bit about the origin, the conception of the company and of this whole thing. So these are screenshots from my WhatsApp. You know the app. And this is then from, let's see, 13 February 2020. So it's before the pandemic actually struck. Kushager sent me this message. Hello, have you ever performed study in an RT lab or another isothermal room temperature RNA amplification? It's not your everyday question that you get. But I thought for a second, and I didn't recall doing that. So I said, hi, no, I'm sorry, do you want to run one? And he says, I was reading about some biodiagnostics. I have no clue how the primers would be designed. And I came up with a brilliant idea that the primers would probably target internal sections of viral DNA. I'm saying brilliant in a sarcastic way because that's what you do with primers. Okay. Right. So then things progressed. I got my first child. Is this true? I will show you a photo. I have photo evidence. Trust me. Okay. This then is March 18th, 2020, so this is about a month later. 4 weeks and some days. We were talking, me and Kush, of course, because we were working on other projects, a malaria project and a thyroid project and so on. And then I got an email this day, the 18th, from Kush saying, I think I have something lined up. I said, yes, exciting message, we need to talk, and you can call me. And he called me, and let's see how much is up. A couple of weeks later, we were in the lab, testing out the innovation that I mentioned. Here's some pictures from the lab. This is a hot plate. On the left, or on the right here, we see a sensor, electrochemical sensor. There's some that stuff there that we're measuring. A couple of months later, we had teamed up with a CEDO who helped us build that machine. You see there I'm pointing at. And here I'm pointing at Kush. He's putting down the notes on what happened on the screen and so on, so we knew what was happening. And this was done on clinical samples that we got from Lund University, or the biobank rather, Lund University. We used reagents that we got from Karolinska Institute, Professor Pelicano, SciLife Lab, excellent guy. Kush is the king of cold calls. So you just called Pelicano up and said, can we please have some primers? He said, sure. Okay, enough about that. So this is a pretty busy slide, but I wanted to highlight the complexity of starting a company like this with this vision and this grand idea. So in the middle here we have the vision and strategy, and then I try to sort of put into different sections what we need to think about. And all of these parts we have from the beginning until now, we have put that, not constantly every day, but and we have to put the puzzle together. So we have organization, this bit here. We have our partners, innovation, product development, research, quality regulatory, finance stuff, communication, business development. This is making the actual machine, and this is legal. And if you have all of these things, you have to remember to breathe. So you can just take 1 second to breathe. Oh, that stopped, so I don't know how long it is. All right, moving on. This is the timeline of events, main events. I don't need to go into all the details there, but just showing you how we made this work and in what sequence order. Up here on the left, we have the invention, the WhatsApp message thingy, foundation of the company. You have to go to Bolagsverket, sign the papers, proof of concept, seed investment. We got 2 million, 3 weeks after 4 or 5 weeks after the invention. So that's pretty good. But the first prototype, clinical sample study, and so on. The yellow dots are hires into the company, which I think is the key, because we want to build a fantastic team that can put this forward. And here, this is my son, Henry. This is someone else. And And he was born on the 2nd of March. Timing, not so good, but that's what happens. Just when the restrictions were kicking in, my partner was in the hospital for some complications and I wasn't allowed to visit her. It was a pretty tough time. But then, I had a company to run, so I did that together with the guys. I don't have to go through this. This is the US data, first year of the pandemic, weekly, not every week something happened. How many tests, cases, hospitalizations, and deaths over time? Deaths, 20,000 a week in US alone in January 21. 120,000 hospitalizations. So, we wanted to make this, we wanted to change this somehow. We went all through this phase now, and now we're here. This is our platform device. And I can't show it to you today because of reasons, but this is the size. It's going to be a little bit heavier, I think. Pretty good though. Yeah. You put the samples here. It's a shelf kind of thing that goes in. 15 minutes later, a yes/no result on however many viruses or patients you want. Well, actually 8, but it's pretty big. So these are the top hits for Diagonal the first 2.5 rough years. Innovation Foundation, early prototyping, investment rounds, management and board reformation. We did that after a year, just in preparation for the IPO, which happened in June of last year, or July actually. But my first week of vacation, that's when the window opened at Nasdaq, so we could IPO. I was on Oldest, oblivious until I checked my bank account. And then the in-house lab opened, which is essential, I can tell you that. We were working with the CDO. They did some great work and they did some poor work. And we realized we need to get this in-house. And as soon as we did that, with the team that we have in-house, the magic started to happen. We have high quality data just pouring in and we just wondering what to do with it. So if you have some ideas. Then the patent was granted, of course, a massive thing for us because that gives us breathing room for 18 years on this technology. And then we made the clinical sample studies. We have done 3 so far on clinical samples. They're getting better and better. Last one was 4 viruses. It's COVID, influenza A, B, RS virus. 98% accuracy. Pretty good. Platform optimization partnering with, as I mentioned, DTU. And then the platform on the lab bench. Here are our partners, our key partners. Quite a few. I put them into different categories. You can see this. I don't know about time, but I can move on. Because I think this is the key slide to success. The key thing. It's the team diagonal. Core team. CEO Jack, he's in the back. Making sure I don't slip up. And then we'll move over to the bench. Then it's me, CSO, founder. Per is CFO, and we have Jay, who's product development lead. Regulatory manager is Johan. Quality manager Stefan, and quality advisor from Uptigo Roger. Senior scientist is Roberto. He's fantastic. I mean, all of them are, but I would highlight him. So, Lab Tech, Emily, great person came in from Sensotrend. Caroline, who's the glue and the spark in the office and the lab. Actually, she's doing lab work now, which is kind of cool because she shouldn't be loud in a way. But it's working, so that's good. And we're writing grants together. Big money might come in. This is the board. Eva Nystrand. I don't know if you know about her, but you should. She's the chair. Kerstin Jakobsson, former CEO of the Medical Village. Also very good, of course, network like this. There's Kush, And this is Kjäll HealthTech, legal guy who turns into something more. So that's good. And this is actually from last week. We went to the DHL stafette relay thing here in Copenhagen. And I think it's just it's a sign of how, I mean, I can't believe it looks fake because you have that over here and everyone's happy, except for Jack, who's this shady person there on the right. But the reason why he is so blurry there is because he's the hardest working man in the IVD business. And I've seen a few and he's just like a powertrain. And then that's because it gets a bit blurry. This is Jay, product development. And also I can say we had this week actually had a new guy starting called Roma, who's joining Jay in their efforts to product develop. Stefan quality, Per finance, that's me, Caroline, and Roberto, the scientist. I thank you for your attention and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions? Where do we start?
Mikael, Sensotrend. Not a question, but praise. I saw wish this would have been recorded. It was recorded. Oh, can I please get the recording? This kind of runs.
How much is it?
This runs quite contrary to what we get taught in startup accelerators and incubators regarding pitching and pitch style and so on. I'm sure Jack does it a bit differently, but it was just so beautiful.
Well, thank you.
My question, why IPO at such an early stage? Was it the best solution? What alternatives did you have?
I was chairman at that time. I wasn't very happy about, there were alternatives. And we see now with the, how things have progressed financially in the world. But I don't think we couldn't have done it without the IPO. The IPO made us have a big pile of money that we're still have quite a bit left of to make this happen, and it also shows credibility. So yeah.
Thank you. Next. You explained everything. No questions. I have a question then, just because starting during the pandemic, having that urgency of COVID, do you think it actually helped?
Of course, yeah.
In what way?
I don't think we would have gotten the first money or the second round of the IPO if there hadn't been a sense of urgency, as you mentioned, about the situation. We can see now in retrospect, well, we are here today without the masks and everything, but we didn't know that in the beginning. I think there was, as you know, there was a flow of money and effort into solving that, and this is quite late. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. And is that still continuing? Do you still feel that push from the whole pandemic situation? Because I don't know, I think in Denmark at least, we kind of forgot COVID exists. Some of us, at least. Maybe it's just me.
That's the thing. How can you forget something like that? I think you forget it because you don't want it to have happened. You don't want it to come back. But it will come back in some way or fashion. Now in the autumn, I'm sure if we look, I don't have the data for that, but if we go and look into similar to what I showed there before, it's going up. And then of course you can say, yeah.
Yes, maybe I can.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
That's okay. So I can just say, and I think fantastic presentation, Andreas. But Panwire is not only for COVID. We use COVID as a proof of concept, and it made it very easy also for the investors to understand what it is that we're doing. This with the testing genetic markers, we can test anything from Ebola, sexually transmitted diseases, and whatever it is. Could even be cancers or genetic disorders in humans. So this is a universal device. COVID was actually a very good timing for us in that sense because it made it really transparent for the investors, also for the general public, what it is that we do. Everybody in here tries to take the PCR test. Everybody here knows that that's the gold standard of diagnostics. It's very accurate. Unfortunately, it also requires heavy laboratory equipment and centralized laboratories, which means it takes a long time to get the answer back. And you could say the other side is that then you of course have these quick tests. Various tubes, you can use them at point of care, but they're not very accurate. I did a study last year and they showed 43% accuracy in the tests. What we are offering here is a unique opportunity to have something that's as quick as the quick test, but with the same accuracy as we have with the PCR machines. And at the same time, as Andreas also explained very good, we can test multiple samples at the same time on multiple indications. So instead of getting these very binary answers, yes, no, you have COVID, we can buy within these 10 to 15 minutes, we can say exactly potentially which type of COVID mutation do you have, is it influenza A or B, or is it a respiratory bacteria? And the same thing we can do directly at the hospitals. For sepsis, instead of using broad spectrum antibiotics, for example, as is done today, they will know immediately which type to use and do it very precise, very correct treatment very early on. And again, for sickle cell diseases or any other type of disease, you can test the whole battery within these 10 to 15 minutes. That's the whole
And we have the network for it as well.
Thank you so much.
Isn't it the beauty of health tech that we understand it's important, but we don't understand anything of the technology? Thank you very much for bringing something very difficult and make it understandable. So next up will be Norwegian. So welcome to the stage, Heidi. I should maybe tell you full name then. Heidi.
You're not able to.
But Heidi Blengsli Aabel. And I think the last of your names are quite famous in Norway. Yeah, as a scientific, very important person, bringing the scientific world in Norway forward, Aabel Institute. But maybe not your relatives. Maybe you could explain later on. But nevertheless, Heidi is CEO of Checkware. Beside that, she's a very open person sharing. So she's as well part of the board of Norway HealthTech. So she's a really important person in Norway, bringing a lot of knowledge back from what you've been doing, establishing your own company, and bringing back that to the community. And thank you very much for joining us today. You will talk about, we had this celebration yesterday, should we mention? 500,000 users using the platform Checkware. That's quite an effort. And yeah. So talking about waves, I think you're surfing now. Yeah. So I give the floor to you and talk about Checkware, please.
Thank you, and thanks for being here, and thank you for all the important work you do here. Being a Norwegian has always felt a little bit like an outsider, because there are mostly, at least when I was more active here, it was mostly Swedish companies. And today I had the chance to get in contact with you again, so that's great. I suppose I use this forward here, bottom? Yeah. Okay. The name of my introduction on Checkware is How to Create a Scale-Up. And read the fucking manual. So, to build industry is not new. And to build technology industry is neither new. But to build health tech industry is new. And every industry tends to believe they are so special. We don't believe in that. So this will be the story of how we created the Checkware strategy and how we are working continuously with our strategy towards our vision. And There are always things to learn and replicate from all the other ones that have done it before us. And that's what we are trying to do in Checkware. What you see here are the 4 manuals that help us to build Checkware. And we can combine these four with our own experience, our belief in the future, and of course, a lot of luck together with this. So our strategy is actually based on this theoretical framework, and I think we have shown that that can work. And for every new leader in Checkware, this is the first homework. Go home and read the fucking manuals. And for all the experienced leaders in Checkware, every time we face a new challenge or going into a new phase, we have to reread this. Because there are so many advices in there. And I think it has been a crucial success factor for us. And this has led us now to being the market leader of software solutions for digital patient participation in Norway. We have created a clinical software as a service solution that brings the health service home to the patient, just like the banking industry did with their services many, many years ago. And the uniqueness of Checkware is that together with this software platform, we offer content. And the content our customers use in the health services. First, it is 1,300 different digital patient-reported outcome measures, prompts, screening tools, and tests. And then we offer remote monitoring services and treatment programs created by our customers. Just like Spotify did in the music industry. Today we have agreements with all the health regions in Norway, many private clinics and municipalities. We have got the first customers in Sweden and in the UK, and also by my 55 colleagues now at the main office in Trondheim, and our offices in Gothenburg, Oslo, and Warsaw. And yes, Checkware is now used by 500,000 patients, and they have self-reported from home 7 million times. And we have been a Gazelle company in 2020, 2021, and we also probably will make it in 2022. And that means that we have doubled the revenue over the last 4 years, 3 years in a row, and at the same time being profitable. Thank you. One slide about our solution, just to give you a brief overview. Checkware is a self-service software platform. So using Checkware over, well, the colors are not very good, but okay. Using our software to create a service, our customers select which outcome measures, data from integrated health apps, data from integrated sensors, patient-tailored content to bring back to the patient when they have self-reported, functional modules, which is much more than reporting, it's a whole range of modules, reports that's necessary for the service, and of course integration to the rest of this solution that our customers have. So our customer pick from these, put it together in our software with processes and algorithms and rules, and then which you have an e-health service for your patients. And what we have done now is that this spring we also introduced Checkware Health Service Library, where customers can add these services they have built into the library and offer it to other customers that wants to use the same service. And while they are making these services, or many of our customers also document the benefits of it. So, for instance, within epilepsy at Drammen sykehus, they have proved that they can follow up 13 times as many patients as they did before.
Within mental health, they can treat 3 to 5 times as many patients, achieving the same quality and using the same resources. And within rehabilitation care, they have proved that they can reduce the personal cost with 65% of collecting data. So this has to be the future. What we struggle with is still that the hospitals get money for putting the patients into the hospital. But there is a lot of things ongoing there. So, I'm going to talk about 4 topics that has been very important for our strategy. First, I would say you have to know what you want to be. At least we have always wanted to become the international market leader. That was the ambition from day one. And we are a value and goal-driven company. For us, that means that we are committed to our colleagues and customers, we deliver quality, we are reliable, and we are innovators. And our 3 equal important goals are happy colleagues, happy customers, and profitable growth. It's so close connected that it has to be that way, I think. And every step we take brings us towards fulfilling our vision. And of course, as all the companies within health tech, we are passionate about our work. We know that the use of our solution can improve people's life. And we get stories all the time about that it does. And this makes our work meaningful and help us to believe in our goal to become the market leader. And of course, help us to help the health sector to be more sustainable than it is today. And of course, it's crucial to build a strong organization, people with the right competence, the right attitude, the right values. And of course, the willingness to go as far as it takes to save the world. But during our journey, we have also done a lot of mistakes. And in 2018, we had a very, very painful learning. We had an employee survey, and they told us there was too little information, too bad communication, unclear processes, and lack of resources. So that covers all, I think. And that led to 1.5 years with hard work to change the leader roles and the company culture to be realigned where we were at again. So, of course, you need skills and leadership at different skills and different leadership at different times, and the organization and the culture must evolve continuously. Then I'll come to number 2. This is the harder one, and I want to illustrate it with the technology adoption life cycle created by Geoffrey Moore, which many of you probably know. Oh, this is not good. Do you see it? There is a... Okay? You see it or you know it? Good. So, in the beginning of new technology, you meet the techies. The people that love the stuff for the stuff itself. They don't care about what you can use it for, but they just love it. You will never get rich on these people. Then you have the visionaries. And what's special with the visionaries is that you don't find them, they find you. And that's exactly what happened in Czechware. So we have 5 names that came and helped us, and we believe the same as them. This is going to go to heaven. Then we fell into the chasm. That's a black hole. There is no new customers, there are no new money at all. And I think this was the first time we really struggled and maybe did not believe so much longer in what we had believed before. Is there a market for us? Where are the customers? How can we get there? And then we stuck to the manual, because the manual says that you have to be very good at a niche. And for us in the hospital, that could mean eating disorder, it could mean IBD, it could mean just a department. And here is where the luck comes. It wasn't we that found all this. We got in contact with them. So then we took niche by niche, and what we also had learned was that don't leave them until you have 40% market share. Because if you leave them before that, you only have opened the market for your competitor. It also says never attack a fortified hill, meaning someone else had more than 40%. We tried, and it didn't work. Well, I tried. The rest of the organization wasn't willing to do it, but they had to try. So they proved it didn't work. At the same time, when you're here, you know that the main market, the tornado and the mainstream, they will buy from the market leader. And what do you do when there is not a market yet? Well, you act as the market leader. Because, an example of that, we never have put our 4 photos of the 4 people we were back in time on the web, because then you see how small we are. So, just an example. So, and when you call support, you answer like the big companies do. Welcome to our support services. What can I help you with? Not like, hello. So this is, and we had to work a lot with this, because in the beginning you don't get the most experienced people. Because the most experienced people, they are also looking to be, they're looking for a secure place to be. And in the beginning, the health tech industry is not a secure place to be. So you have to think it's fun while you work. If not, you will never do this. Okay, and then know what makes your customers happy. And when I think I'll go back to this. I'll go back to this one, because there is one more important thing here. In the bowling alley, it's the professionals that decide. The professionals and the CFO. So to get new customers while you're in the bowling alley, you have to know that health personnel talks to health personnel. And if the health personnel is happy, they will go to the CFO and get the blessing from the CFO. That changed dramatically when you come into the tornado. Then it's the infrastructure buyers that decide. It's the IT people. And they don't buy before they have seen that there is a market leader they can rely on. And we had been so lucky that we had so many bowling pins that we were the market leader, and in 2020 all the health regions in Norway bought checkware from February to September. That's where is the point where you enter the chaotic tornado. That is the point you have to have a strong culture. Because that is also the point where you double the number of employees in 4 months. So it could have been fun, but it's also hard. And it was fun also. But it was, now 2 years later, it's starting to be quiet again, but it was a heavy ride. Now, we are going to grow into Sweden and the UK. So the main challenge is to find out, where is the Swedish people? Where is the techies now? Are the visionaries? We are not for sure in the tornado yet. So then we have to start from the beginning again, with a niche. If you are going directly to the tornado, I think we have more luck than no one have had. Then, know what makes your customer happy. When I'm talking about the customer here, I'm talking about the different roles at the customer. When entering Sweden, we also realized that they had different roles than in Norway. And when getting the first customer in UK, they also have many more roles involved. And the different roles define success very different, which we had to prepare for and maintain. And I believe that this is actually the main good thing we have done. We started early to identify the key stakeholders, the health personnel, the information security people, the enterprise architecture, and of course the top management. Because they want, the health personnel want to take back time and of course have a more easy working day to help patient better. Data protection officer wants something that's secure, and the enterprise architect wants something that's totally integrated in his existing solutions. And the CEO wants something that improves their health service in an efficient way. And of course, a vendor they can trust. I cannot be here without talking about financials. We have always been thinking that building industry is about building valuable companies. And profitable growth has been the mantra of Czechware. First, as a means to get the first regional contract, because they don't buy from you if you cannot secure that you have enough money to deliver to them. Later, to get the necessary freedom to develop the business in line with the business needs. And for now, to prove that it's actually possible to build a valuable health tech company organically, while being profitable. And of course, there has been many battles with the cash prognosis, but we found a price model that helped us to have the customers to prepay for a year. And that makes them kind of a bank for us. For us being a software company, of course we focus on the top line. And the most important part of the top line is the yearly subscriptions. That is repeated every year. And our goal is also to have that subscriptions always to increase with more than 25%. I don't think we will make that into 2022, but we have made it for some years now. And also should the revenue be above 75% of the total revenue. We are not a consulting company. We do deliver consultancy for the customers to implement the solution, but we are not a consulting company. And the value of a software company is based on the recurring revenue and the growth. And also, we should have increased our revenue through acquisitions. We haven't done that yet, but you never know. And since we probably want to attract investors during next year, the rule of 40 applies. And the rule of 40 says that the combined revenue growth and the profit margin should be above 40% together. And if we can prove that, we are among the most valuable companies. So, we are still on the path. I do believe that we have spent the time and money wisely, at least as wisely as we can. And we are hopefully prepared now for the international growth. And to all of you, good luck. And if you want to be a part of this, or have some content you think should be presented through Czechware, you can just contact me. So, thank you.
Maybe you could stay on stage for a few more minutes, because we would like a question and answer session. And while you're planning your question, I never heard you complaining about the public sector. Why is it?
No.
Because everyone is complaining about the customer, but you don't.
No. Imagine you are selling something to the industry, to the what kind of industry? The boxing industry. You don't go to the producers of this and tell them how stupid they are and how many bad things they do. They don't do that. So many times we are asked to be a part of complaint letters. No, you don't complain to your customers, never. But you can talk to your customers and tell them in some private meetings.
Questions? Name and where you're from, please.
I'm Catherine, coming from a startup in Lund, Sweden. Thank you for your very open, inspiring speech. And you said, like, fake it until you make it, like act as a market leader, as if you were not. But yesterday we were talking much about teaming up with bigger vendors. And many times bigger vendors, they have to trust and you win procurement processes, even if they don't have the intelligence. What do you think about this, teaming up with bigger vendors?
I don't think there is one answer to that. We tried that in Sweden, actually, 2 years ago, because there was a procurement. It fitted directly to what we are delivering. We went to one of the very huge ones. Let me say it like that, it didn't mean anything to them. So they didn't put all the effort into it as we would have done. So if you have one of them on your partner list, make sure it means something to them, and especially that it means something to the salespeople, that it comes on their bonus scheme. That's partly an answer. But we also have we have also many partners. The integration with the electronic medical record solutions is important to us. In Norway there is one big and one more big coming, and of course we have a partner contact all the time. But so far, yeah, and that's partly true, because in the municipality sector we don't have any experience. And we don't know how they use solutions like us. So Visma is a sales partner for us in the municipalities, but that has been for the last 2 years. Yeah, we did not go to them the first we did. We had to go into the market and learn. Yeah.
Next question here.
That was actually just a comment to the question that came just now, because so from my experience then it's important if you want to partner with another trusted actor to win a tender or get through, then it's important that this other actor isn't like many times your size, or there's this undue power dynamic, or that they don't have the same need as was mentioned, that it's not maybe as important for them as was the case for this company when they went to Sweden. In our case, it was a startup that had reached significantly further than us, but they were still very much dependent on continuing rapid growth, and they were very keen on tender. This has been a key part of their growth before. There wasn't this insane 10-to-1 power dynamic between them, so it was more like 3-to-1, which we could manage.
Yeah. So it's not only one answer to this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, my name is David from Iceland. I'm curious to know what is the moment when the idea started? Like, do you have a mental screenshot like Andrea showed of the conversation?
It wasn't my idea. It was 3 clinicians in Norway that worked in mental health, and they were doing research, clinical work, and tried to figure out how to improve the work. So then the main idea was to collect digitally information from the patients instead of getting the information on pen and paper. So then, the very first version of checklist was to send out a test, fill it in by the patient, get it back, look at it, and use that as in clinical work, and take the raw data to the research servers, and then look at the outcome. So that was the original start. But they had used, because they were a part of the health sector, so they had used this, what we now call, what I said, we have 1,300 digital distribution rights. They just took it. And when I started as number 4, when they wanted to commercialize this, I said, who is owning these tests? Oh no, we use them. You cannot build a company on that. So that's when it started. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Erasmus. I'm from the Innovation Department here at the Rigshospital, and I think you delivered one of the best messages to take away from this conference.
Wow, thank you.
When you talk about going from techies to bowling alley to like the tornado, I think like yesterday we had a lot of bashing on pilot studies, and you die in these pilots as a startup. And I know I also founded my own company on the side. But could you maybe go in a bit more into how to get to the next level? How to move from the first techies to the bowling alley to the tornado? What are the changes in the people you contact?
Yeah, back to the innovators. It was actually 5 different people that found our webpage, and they read what we had, and they contacted us. And then I think the one that was most important to us, and we understood that very early, was a person from Health Bergen, because he was sitting in a position where he knew the whole process from an ID to how to get the procurement. Because that's the road you have to go in the health sector. So he helped us to get 3 different bowling pins in Bergen, but he also believed that this would lead to heaven. And he were not the kind of person that will buy big stuff, because the big guys, they don't want it like this. They want incremental, what is it called? Yes. Improving, little by little by little by little, and that's the people in the bowling alley. When it comes to the getting the different niches, I think it was luck, but it was a part of who we had contact with, of course. But what was not luck was that the whole way we believed in building software that should be self-serviced, and it should work in every clinical pathway. None of us are health personnel. That came after the 3 first people. And they didn't want to hire health personnel because they wanted us to think new. Now, it's going back again. Now we have to have health personnel as a part of chapter. But in the beginning, we didn't have. And it was easier for us to open up and learn. We didn't have our own meanings about how they should do their work. And we still do not have. That's number 2. We never complain, but we never tell people how to do their work either. Can't do that. So, and then the procurement process is started. You have to feed your potential customers with what they have to ask for. Competence. Yeah. Yeah.
More questions?
How many people are you today?
55.
Wow.
And we have 3 positions.
Oh. Oh.
A lot of them. Okay.
Great, thank you very much, Eddie.
Thank you.
So coming all the way to Copenhagen teaching us?
And
how
that's
they're
not
getting this
all the
feedback?
way. It's 1 hour and 20 minutes from
Yeah, it's
Trondheim.
not that far away.
It's direct flights, yeah.
And even you're in the middle of Norway, so.
Nowhere.
Nowhere. Coming from Trondheim. Yes, give a nice applause. So, just reminding you about this dialogue going on in the QR codes. Continue the questionnaires or the discussions going on. So I think we will now go to the end of the conference. But before we do so, we would like to invite Marianne to give some comments about what's coming up and maybe kick us off. In the morning you did like this, kicking in my ass, because you wanted some action to happen, I think. And I tried to kick step up.
Yeah.
Now it's your turn. Yeah.
Something about actionable outcomes there.
Thank you very much, Annette and Bent Håkon, for hosting this day. And before lunch, it's not lunch yet. Okay, yeah. Together we can break the waves towards a smarter healthcare for all. That's obvious, isn't it? It will take some time though. I would like to remind you all, yesterday I started this off by telling us all how many we are. I said we're 330 startups, and I said by startups I mean Tesla is a startup. And I also reminded you that more than 200 of these members are already in operation on the market. Imagine the power of that. We were just talking about, cooperating with a bigger vendor, and we had this gentleman down there having the experience that if you're small and you have a big vendor, or Heidi telling us about them not caring for you. That's so true. However, being 300, that's some power. And that's what we're going to utilize when talking to the bigger ones. And I would like to, so what I see here, even though we had a cap on this conference, we're not that many here today, but we're a lot of people, but we had a cap on 100, we've been 125, 30 or so, we squeezed in. This will grow, the meetings after the COVID, and I think that the aggregated knowledge that we have here with the members, friends of all kinds here, all engaged in breaking the waves, in creating better care, better health for the buck. All the knowledge we can aggregate here will maintain a leadership in the world. I'm quite sure, and that's why you've had the QR code, because, we don't know what's running unless we help each other, knowing what's happening here, what's happening there, who solved that bloody Cloud Act issue, and how did they do it, and do I need to spend money on lawyers, etc., etc. Let's bring those things up and work on them and help each other out. I have a problem here now. We will kick off the next phase of HealthTech Nordic in October, November, aiming at least touching the lives of at least 1% of the world population. That would be approximately 100 million people. And part of that would be touching the lives of at least 10% of the population in the Nordics, maintaining or having a lead in the Nordics. That would be 2.8 or something million people. And also already Heidi has provided 500,000 of those, so maybe we should actually increase that number. Okay? We're going to focus, as we plan right now, we're going to focus on the market being more fragmented, or being more, the market has changed during the last couple of years, and we've been spurred by Mikael Hilmarsson down there in the corner, who is one of the world-leading internationalization scientists, researchers, and he's now a professor at Gothenburg University. He's been working with us throughout since 2017, I think. And he has urged us to start looking at the market not as the health tech market, but as a differentiated market and tailor what we do accordingly. So we will look in depth into different industries, different healthcare kind of providers. So different industries would be insurance companies, IT corporates, pharma corporates, medtech corporates, all kinds of different industries, where we would hunt down as much as we can and chase those that understand that they need to cooperate with 300 plus Nordic health tech companies to be successful in this new business. And we will have a pan-Nordic cooperation in the Nordics focusing on healthcare. Hospitals, primary care, elderly care, prioritizing them, making them share information, inviting them, learning from each other. That's part of the things that we're planning. We're also planning combinations or collaborations or whatever you might call it. We heard Capio today. We're working with Capio. So Capio may be one of those that we actually combine. We urge you to combine yourself into like one user interface to the patient, to the individual patient not having 10 interfaces, the profession having one interface. But to do that, as Capio urged you to, not having your own platforms, your own apps, etc. They have their own platforms, their own apps. We need to have an interface that works, that helps people out. But to do that, we need to cooperate, and you need to know, the companies need to know that there's a business in it. It is worth the effort. But that's something that we'll try to develop. How that will work legally, how do you split income, what's the best practice, if you're several small ones and one bigger one. There will arise a lot of questions. Who's liable if something happens? Who has the customer service department, etc., etc. QALY, we talked about QALY, combined with economic benefits, will make proof for more health for the buck. In simple terms, easy to communicate, not only to the traditional healthcare industry buying QALY from the pharma industry or medtech industry, but also in general, to people in general, understanding that we can actually have more health for the buck. Maintaining thought leadership, aggregating in this group. I've already spoken about that. Please, in a few weeks, we have so much else to do right now, applying for new funding, etc., that it will take a couple of weeks before we organize what you've reacted to on the QR codes. We had the time when you reacted and said, this, I want to be part of this. When we look into that, we will try to organize how do we act upon this? How do we plan together? We've heard people that work on policy level, that work on local level. We have our own customers, we have our own, all other friends here, you have your networks. Maybe we can organize things around specific topics and take action and help each other out on different levels. So, please, all partners available in this room, rise. I want to thank you so much for organizing this. We've been struggling for 3 years, and we are going to have another 3 years with a new set of activities. You see all these people working together, and there are numbers of more people, but in the Nordics. And we will be joined by Finland and Iceland and others in the coming next 3 years. And all you others, friends, members, please rise. Please rise. For coming, and let's meet soon again, but meanwhile let's act together and help each other out. Looking forward to see you soon again, and no pandemic, right? Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you so much, Mikael, and thank you all of you for joining us for the last 2 half days. We hope that you heard some new inspiring things. Hopefully you also had some confirmations. Maybe some of your thoughts have been challenged. But like Marianne said, we will continue the conversation with you, the work together with you. But before we do that,
it's lunch.
It's lunch.
In 50 minutes. So the kitchen will be able to deliver it for half. But do some networking.
Yeah.
Do the final dialogue, and then we meet for lunch.
We meet for lunch
30
upstairs,
minutes.
like yesterday, just up the stairs. So see you there in a bit.
And a
Thank
safe
you so
distance.
much.
Bye.